there's no need to fear. El Supremo will soon be here.
Boom, and just like that, here we are. What is up, everybody? We're doing a
still runs. Yes.
pre-feast fest show, man. We decided to pop on,
Hi,
holiday
Larry.
weekend. Everybody chilling.
We got
Oh,
Larry
we
in
already-
the comments.
We already got some Larry in the comments.
Yeah.
What is this? Yeah. Oh, you don't have Feast Fest Day. You guys already had Feast Fest Day, right, Larry? Larry's at work, isn't he?
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, bummer. But yeah, anyhow, welcome to the Zen Den once again. I'm Phil Leon. We all work in comics. I work in comics mainly as a colorist. Currently have just put up a campaign on White Devil over at Silverline Comics, and working on issue 2 right now. And over here next to me, I got Max. Man, how you doing, Max? Tell everybody what's up with you.
I'm Max DeVille. I operate Atrocity Press Comics. We make comics like Mary Machine Gun, Neo Tokyo, Human Hunters. There's another one that we've put out. Can't think of who it is. Kind of buzzed. Basically, we make comics with about hot girls kicking ass is really what it comes down to. So, if you like hot chicks and you like hot chicks kicking ass,
There you go, man.
then you're good to go with Atrocity Press Comics.
You
Which
like
can be
some
found
badasses going around kicking butt?
at atrocitypress.com.
Oh yeah, Warren, what's up with you? What you getting into? What you got on the slab?
Not much. Well, right now I'm working on issue 1. I've got 12 pages off to getting lettered, and I should have those done by the end of the weekend. Or my buddy Max Weston will have those done. I am currently working on the other 13 pages, and right now I am at. I have 5. No, wait, no. Oh, I'm sitting at 7 of those done, and then I'm working on getting the other parts of them, the other 5 done. So
Hell
yeah.
yeah.
It's coming out pretty good.
Yeah,
I'm
you've been
pretty
kicking
stoked.
butt on that, man. Warren disappears, submerging submerges for a while, because that means he's busy kicking out a bunch of comic-y goodness, man.
Right now, it's a lot of the production stuff, getting the grays put in and getting all the lines all cleaned up, and then shades and all that stuff. So
Yeah, because let's see, where's your share screen, man?
oh yeah, let me get that for you.
Show you. I was gonna show some of the people the stuffs.
The things.
Well, here I'll even show some stuffs along that lines, man. While you get that together.
Yeah, I got a page pulled up here finished. Now let me pull up another one. That one's
Like, here you go. For instance, this is something me and Warren worked on. This is a little bit of what Warren does here, man, when we're sitting in the Zen Den. There's one night we got done. We've both been watching Loki, and what do you know? There's Throg for you, man. So Warren drew it all out. Added, what's that?
You gotta put it in the
Oh shit! I didn't share on the screen. There we go. Thank you there, man.
Phil. I'm helpful.
Somebody's
like
got to
that.
keep me in line, man. But yeah, this is some of the stuff that me and Warren, since we work a little bit together on stuff, man. and he's usually over here helping me maintain the circus at the Zenden. You know, he does a little drawing, then throw it my way, and then
this next year too, we're going to be cooking up something.
Yeah.
Something a Phil and Warren co-project we're going to work on, whether it be something short for an anthology or whether it's going to be something from scratch. We don't know yet. We've been talking about it.
Well, there is something in particular though.
Well, there's definitely some short for anthology coming up.
That's what I was just going to say.
I meant I didn't want to, I didn't know if we could talk about that in particular, but we were also talking about doing other things too. But yeah,
we touched on that a little bit the other night, man, when we were streaming talking about White Devil and Human Hunters, man. And we touched on that a little bit. But yeah, it's always something in the pipeline. You never know what's going to pop up. You'll just have to, stay tuned and keep an eye out for it, man.
Just gotta wait till Warren's schedule clears up a little bit so we can rock out some pages and then get it over to Phil. Phil can get it done, and then I'll probably release it for free online for people just to read. That way they can get a taste of what it's going to be like, because it's only 5 pages.
An atrocity freebie. Oh, well, and put it in the whole book when you get all your stuff together. Of course. Right? Yeah.
It's just
so you're saying like just the story, release that like as a web comic, and then as you get all the rest of it together, then do a print run, right, or something like that.
Exactly.
I want to attach it to the end of mine, so when issue 1 of Sig and Joe are done, at the end of it's going to be coming this Halloween to 2022. Atrocity Press anthology, and then it'll be that 5-page story as a kind of like, hey, this is what what to expect. Kind of
Yeah,
and see, that's how we do, man. We plan out like that. Everybody in our little network of crew that like kind of mingles, swirls around. We all got our own things going. Sometimes we get some things going together, but we're always busy on comics, man. Pretty much everybody that hangs out in the Zenden is usually always working on something to do with comics, man.
You gotta stay busy or you're gonna be falling.
It's like a shark, man. You got to keep moving, man.
If you're not moving forward, you're dying.
Yeah. But yeah, so let's see. Here's another one that another Brown Leon Brown. That sounds like a 70s kung fu movie of some kind, man.
Leon Brown.
But yeah, this was another one that was around the time of the Loki series, the first run of the Loki series. So, what are we calling him? Florida Loki.
Florida Loki.
And let's see. Now this is to give you an idea. This is what how Warren works. He works in grayscales. So he'll like he did this on one of the streams when we were hanging out, drawing. I was coloring on stuff. And he was working on this. And when he was done, he threw it my way afterwards. And for the next stream, I ended up working on it. And that's what ends up happening. So you can see this is, so you get an idea how we work together on stuff. You got the Warren with the grayscales and the line work, and then over into the colors, man. And as a colorist, always enhance your line artist's work. Do not bury it, man. Do not do that crap. It's not for you to do as a colorist. You're there to enhance the line work, man.
It looks fantastic. That turned out great.
Oh, yeah,
I like
that.
This was my one.
Her eyes and the vial and the drip. I love that.
Oh yeah, the drip. That's right. I thought about that last minute. Like, look, it's like, let's work with some lights some more. Hey, this probably have a little bit of reflection on the surface. So there you got that nice little glow going down underneath where the drip's coming out. But yeah, that's been one of my favorite glows so far, man, that I got to work on.
Don't get too close to the line work because you'll see how quick I worked.
Well, this was
this
was in a stream, and you got the whole thing done on the stream, and I think you started working on something else afterwards. It's all good. People know how that goes, man. Besides, that was good line work. I didn't have any problem getting in there and working on stuff, man. If I have nice, clean line work, it makes it makes a world of difference on how fast I can work. I mean, like I said, here you can see how it is, and so basically, all I do is let his gray show through. I just add just a little bit of flavor of color over the top of it, and maybe some textures. Like in this one, I add a little bit of the distress metal. Use like a dry bristly style brush and just tap it around and stuff, so you give kind of that aged look to all the metal pieces. A little bit of glow on the little light emanating
I like
from
the
within
look on the helmet too. There's like like almost a rust or a wear look to it.
that little bit of brownish
The only
red going on in there.
Yeah.
The only thing I would have done it looks great. Don't get me wrong, but the only thing I would have done, since you had that rustiness, I would have used that rustiness around the circles by the lights in the mask.
Oh, in the mat. Oh, yeah. You are quite correct. Good astute eye there, Mr. Max.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Well, the helmet was old, and they had to he had some major crap go down, and those all got busted out, so they had to replace them.
Yeah.
So it was like newer parts, so they weren't quite, they weren't quite as rusty and stuff as the rest of it, That's my story. I'm sticking to it.
That works.
Yes, we like to clown around here, man. And here's the most recent one we did, man. This was a bit of fun one, man.
Spider Pig.
Spider Ham. Spider
so
Pig
want
is
that
the
job.
Simpsons. Everybody does Spider Pig. It's because of the Simpsons, with Homer holding the pig up on the ceiling as it's making little tracks across the ceiling and stuff. But no, it's Spider Ham.
I know. I was going to say Spider Pig because of the Simpsons.
I like them both, though, man. I think they're both funny. Everybody knows what we're talking about.
I had
But
such a love for Spider Pig too, because maybe it came from my love of turtles, because the Ninja Turtles made me love pretty much anything anthropomorphic, and I loved Spider Ham, especially when it was serious. Not as the goofier like Looney Tunes Spider Ham, but more the serious Spider Ham.
Now, see, I never did read Spider Ham back in the day because I was a hardcore Spider-Man kid, but I just like, this ain't Spider-Man. What's the pig with the spider stuff on for
It
and
shows
stuff?
up sporadically through Marvel history. It's like every once in a while they're all like, someone's like, hey, let's just do some Spider Ham. And they'll do like 10 issues and then that's it.
He just randomly shows up in other people's books. He's like, oh, Spider Ham. So everyone gets one.
Yeah, everybody. All right, let's catch it. Damn, I got to get used
I
to
hope he
that.
shows up in the new movie. That would be amazing. Kick out Andrew Garfield and just bring in Spider Ham.
Got to catch up with the chat here. Sorry about that, people. This is holiday weekend, so we're a little bit, we're not on the that quick on our toes right now, so to speak. And yeah, of course, first show, Exciting Comics 17.
December 8th.
Nice.
December 8th. Niobe is in that issue. Premiered in that issue, man, at Antarctic Press. Exciting Comics, man.
Niobe.
Niobe. Bring him to me. Niobe. I think I got that laugh right. I don't have the soundbite. That's Larry's. But yeah, let's see what else we got. And you can get that. You'll be able to get that straight from your shop, or you can have them. It's in preview, so they can order it through through the regular methods of the local comic book shops, man.
Long Diamond still in business.
Yeah. Boys. Let's see, catching up. Yeah, hot ass kicking ass. All right. This is a children's show, Larry. This is a children's show. No, I'm joking. We try to maintain at least a PG, if PG.
No, we don't.
17.
The fuck we do.
Oh, you said the thing and the stuff, man. Hey, no, this is our holiday weekend, so we get to let our hair down, so to speak, man.
I haven't said anything
Eh.
you don't see on Law and Order.
Ding, ding.
Let our hair down. Well, me and War, we'll have to. Never mind.
Oh,
Oh, what else? Let's see. Oh, this is it. We always said you got put in the work, and we put in the work, and it will be worth it. Well, yes. Edward Van Frog. Okay. That is Throg. That is Throg to you, good sir.
I didn't know that at first when I put it up on, I think it was TikTok. I should put the time lapse, and I got corrected very quickly. It was like the first comment. It is Throg, not Thor Frog. I was like,
It's
oh,
Throg.
sorry.
Before the Throg of Thunder and rock and roll. It's about the only Kiss you'll hear me spit out. I'm not a big Kiss fan. I'm all right with some of it. Oh, I just lost viewers. I didn't like Kiss.
Oh,
Yeah, Larry says if I were you guys, I would put together a story you could submit to AP Anthologies books. That is Larry's suggestion for us, I believe, Warren.
oh,
When
for
we were
Antarctic
talking
Press?
about,
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
That'd be a good idea.
they do most. He wants a superhero, right?
They got horror anthologies, they got superhero stuff, they got like if you want to do like jungle stuff, they got a whole anthology for that.
I'm kind of itching to do a superhero story, but I haven't quite figured out the right
But they do have a superhero one
book
too.
yet. But I do like sci-fi. Sci-fi comes natural, but I would like to do a superhero story. But I haven't quite
Powdered
figured out.
Toast Man.
a twisted, some kind of weird twisted superhero story. How's that?
Yeah, I like dark superhero stories, like the Frank Miller Dark Knight Returns kind of stuff.
Then you're probably really all about that Moon Knight coming out, then, huh?
I am excited for that.
I am too.
trailer
I've been
looks pretty
waiting.
Good. Yeah, I love Oscar Isaac. Is it? I love him. I mean, he's
Yeah.
awesome.
When I saw he was going to be Moon Knight, it's like, oh yeah, that'll work, man. Let's see what do we got here. Oh, Vic, what is up, Vic Medina?
Oh.
Thank you. Yeah, Vic is somebody I met over on, I believe it was Comics Cast, man. Really cool dude, and his artwork, man. I was like, it's like one of those Jim O'Reilly situations where you're like, okay, I'm done. I'm not drawing no more, man. His work is excellent, man. You got to check it out sometime. Let's see. Larry's got the drip.
Oh. We rode you off the range for that.
Well, that means at least you're getting lucky. Congrats.
I think he might be talking about the drip as far as like that we should be submitting to the anthology, because then he's like,
Oh, okay.
they've got like 5 anthology books.
Yeah, see.
Uh,
Yeah, a bunch of 'em.
All right, Warren, that
I'm
sounds
totally
like
down.
what we should. There you go. There's our project. Whatever we come up with, man. Something
if
we
you
can
wanna
pitch
do,
over to Ben and those guys over in Antarctic, man.
Well, I mean, if we get a story, we'll make it. And if they don't like it, then there's other anthologies too. And if they, I'm sure Mr. Dunn seems like the type that will give you feedback. So if we need to make changes, we can always do that also.
Yeah,
So,
yeah. Let's see.
I'm
He
all for
says.
it.
He says there's Planet Comics, Exciting Comics, Jungle Comics. Yeah, so we just got to find that right groove of a story of whichever flavor, genre, whatever of the anthologies, man.
Yep.
Yeah.
Let's see, what else do we got? And a good chance you guys could get into one of those. All right. And then you attach that to your resume. Well, but of course, good sir.
Hells yeah.
And use that as your launching pad. Yeah. You're preaching to the choir, brother.
Thank you, though, for the advice.
Well, if you guys need a story, I know a writer.
Oh, that's true. We do know a
That's
writer,
true.
man. We know a couple few, yeah. But one in particular that might be in the very near vicinity, like maybe a square down from me or something, man. Oh, okay. The drip was in reference to the pic you showed with the dripping gun. All right, I got you. Let's see what you got going on over here, Warren. While I
I'm
pull
just
some other
filling
stuff
in
up.
this stuff. Well, let me show you the finished page here.
Some Sig and Joe, I'm guessing.
Yep. So this is the finished first page of the second part that I was doing there. And you got the bandits chasing them here in the different futuristic cycles. Sig and Joe, they're delivering this aquatic animal for essentially fish taco Fridays at the local pub, where that's where they're getting their information that they need for their heist. So they're running this errand that normally they can't get through because of the bandits. So that's kind of like what they're doing here, fighting off the Kraken squid and these bandits that are chasing them.
Heretics eating fish tacos, man.
I did track bikes, like tank track cycle bikes, and then these wheel cycles.
Cool. This
Yeah, it reminds me of Star Wars.
Here you go. Check this out. Larry says, looking at the art makes me think about playing Cuphead.
Oh,
Like I'm about to play Cuphead. Hey, that's a cool thing though.
Here's
That
the,
old 1940s cartoon feel, he says.
Mm-hmm.
But but updated, yeah. Well, I think it's the anthropomorphic thing that does it, and since it is like in black, white, grays and stuff, man, that may be another reason.
The way I do eyes, a little bit anime influenced, but also very Saturday morning cartoon influenced. There's also, I'm a huge fan of that retro art. I love Cuphead. I love the art of Cuphead. I want to get the Art of Cuphead book.
I love Cuphead, except
Tunes
like some of the bosses, man, because I've never played a game before that I've rage quit on so many times, man.
I like the art. I don't know if I like the game. I like the art.
The game will put your anxiety. You will have high anxiety playing Cuphead, man. That's what I like about it. It's like old school, except updated for one thing. Because it's like old school where you got to be right the hell on it or you're going to die. And you only get so many lives and, that kind of thing. I mean, it's like a challenge. The way they make games now is where you can, make it pretty easy for you to keep progressing, man, or not lose too much ground of where you're at in the game. But Cuphead, not only that, but it was all hand animated. It was two brothers that did that game. The majority of that was done by them without any backing till after they got it together. And then I think Microsoft or somebody's like, we'll give you more monies so you can do more stuff. So I think how that went. But yeah, that is all hand animated. And that's another thing I dig about it is it's 2D hand drawn, hand like cell shaded animation. And it looks like an old school cartoon, man.
Yeah. It even has the little bounciness to it. And
yeah, that.
Well, in the new
wasn't that always weird with the old cartoons? It's like this the whole time, whether they're just standing there or what. It's just the whole time, man. Never stop. If you notice that they kind of carried that over into video games, though, too, just regular video games. Because, like, if you're, even in the 3D realm and stuff, where if you're just standing there, some of the characters just kind of do that little bit of bounce. So they're actually movement when you're not moving around. So there's actually something going on the screen, I guess.
Idle animation.
Yeah, exactly. There you go. Steamboat Mickey.
Steamboat Willie.
That's what LP said.
Now, on this panel, I tried to do a fisheye view, and I'm happy with the way it turned out. What do you guys think, though, on that?
That new camera's having its ways with you, isn't it, Warren? Your Limp Bizkit camera, man. Rolling. No. But yeah, it looks cool, dude. Of course. Oh yeah, this page. I remember this page before he even did the grays on it, man. Yeah, because I like the way that Sig was swinging off the panel, where he had just a little bit of the knee and leg coming off that panel to give it more depth and put him up front like that.
Yeah, I always try.
And
to
the grappling
have
hook,
something go
the
off
grappling
panel.
hook. Yeah, I like the way you do that. I really like off-panel stuff, and of course, you guys know that after seeing White Devil stuff I've worked on. It's like, I think everything on that was off panel. Almost every page was there was something off panel on the page, which is fun for me because I get to do like that painted overall background, because that off panel one, then I'd have to like color in around the borders and do a little bit of painted work and stuff, man. So it all mixed in and came together for that panel that had no borders,
Yeah.
Which, speaking of which, that's what I was going to pull up real quick to show everybody. I got all carried away with the anthropomorphic talking stuff. We're talking the things and the stuff, the good stuff. And talk about Cuphead, but let's talk about White Devil. That's funny. One of from the other night, man. I don't know why, because it was way farther in our stream. But one of the thumbnails for whatever streaming site, I forget which one that we broadcast to, and the thumbnails just us both all going metal devil secret. Hold it, secret devil symbol. No.
6
Is that how that sounds? Actually, that was like more that came. You know what that came from, really?
Dio.
No.
It was his grandma's way of giving the
Kind of
the evil eye.
Italian magic, the strega, man. That's like that's like the evil eye, man, or whatever.
Isn't
Kind of. That's
what
where that kind of
Crocodile
started
Dundee
from.
used to get that bull to be calm? Or
What
he
was-
that? He was
Which
calm.
one? What was that?
Remember Crocodile Dundee when that bull
Yeah.
was coming out? He's all.
Yeah, but this was like some kind of a Sicilian magic thing at one time, man. And then, of course, then you could think that, yeah, Dio. Well, I think I'm pretty sure Dio's Italian, man. I could be wrong. But yeah, man, it was before Dio, though, man. I mean,
Well, I mean, the thing existed before Dio, but he popularized it because he took a picture doing it.
when he was Dio, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, because after that, it was all like this. We always used to make fun of that, man. The way Dio was, man. He's always like, we're off to the witch. We may never, never, never come home. But the magic in the bar. Just fucking both hands. Blah, blah. We're all born upon the... Okay, sorry. Sorry about that. I had an episode, man.
So, White Devil.
Yeah, White Devil. This is a project that I had been working on. I still am, because I'm working on issue 2, which you saw a little bit on the screen a little bit earlier. This is in the crowdfunding stage right now. Got 10 days to go. We're almost to goal, man. We're not far there. We could use your help a little bit on that one, man. But yeah, let me get to the other window instead of my StreamYard here.
It's only like $500. You can make that. Come on,
Yeah.
folks. Jump on there.
It's some good
See?
stuff.
You get 2 books in one, and they're pretty cheap. Go ahead and go down here.
Really well priced tiers on this.
So we'll go through, and it's also, this is like a double feature. So hold it 1 second, man. Okay, and I'm back. Sorry. But yeah, this is a double feature from over at Silverline. They've been running it kind of like, old school, a little bit old school, where you got those 2 books in one, man. Not just 1 book, but 2. So yeah, you're getting a good 40 some pages out of this. This isn't just some 24 pager, man. You've got you've got two issues of the stories here, man.
If you get two 22-page stories, that's 44 pages, man.
Yeah,
Of
exactly.
all sorts of goodness.
Yeah, and so of course that's Twilight Grim and White Devil, and click back on the screen here. And we have Twilight Grim, which is a vampire type thing. This one I didn't work on, but I know a little bit about of. So, I'll go through this with you. It's like 20 years ago, the city of Hallowed Heights was nearly destroyed as the result of warfare between humans and vampires. In its aftermath, the two factions forged a most unusual peace plan. Peace plan, in parentheses. Quote unquote. A high and heavily guarded wall now splits the two sides of the city. On one side of the wall resides the middle and upper classes of humans. It's clean, beautiful, and safe. On the other side of the wall, where a teenage petty thief named Susie Q has just been exiled, lies the darkest and most horrible ghetto imaginable. Here,
Dun, dun,
dun, dun, dun. Here, amidst squalor and vice, dwell the poor, the homeless, the forgotten.
dun.
And the vampires, led by the family of Gregor Radovic. Dun, dun, dun. As long as the vampires stay at the side of the wall, the humans on the other side are willing to pretend they don't exist and let them rule over this so-called blood zone as they see fit. This includes turning a blind eye as the vampires feast upon the zone's human inhabitants. Amidst rumors that the long-held truce may be unraveling, there is no human law in the blood zone, save for that dispensed by a mysterious and violent young man who's appointed himself its sole guardian from the depredations of the vampires. His name is Twilight Grim. So yeah, you got Twilight Grim. Number 3 is a supernatural horror comic, full color, 22 pages. It's part 3 of a 4-part issue miniseries. And you can get issues 1 and 2 as an add-on, so you can catch up. And White Devil number 1 of 4, where I'm already working on the second issue. The first one is completely done, so you don't have to worry about waiting on the book. As soon as everything goes through and printing gets done and that, the book goes out. That kind of thing.
And they're gonna do all 4, right? Like this is happening. So
Yeah,
don't worry about 2 coming out, and then they're like, it's not going to go anymore. Like
2,
they're doing this.
Yeah, 2 is all done except for the colors. I mean, it's all done except for letters. I get it. It's nice. I get all of it with all the lettering already in and stuff too. So as quick as I get them done, the pages are ready.
Is it normally done like that? Not to,
No.
to break. No. Okay.
No, usually the colors comes
Or
on
in the
first.
oldie school days. I mean, that's more digital
Yeah.
now where they do that.
Yeah.
Well, plus it's cool for me though, because if there's like onomatopoeias, sound effects, your boom, pow, biff kind of stuff, that gives me, if it's there, and the letterer's doing that, and not the line artist, because it can go either way. Sometimes line artists draw in the boom, bang, biffs, and sometimes the letterer does it. So if the letterer already does it, and this book has a lot of onomatopoeias, especially in some of those fight scenes, so that also gives me a chance to bump up and make those pop a little bit by adding a color or a color gradient across it and everything. So issue 2, I'm already working on that. I'll show you some more of that here in a little bit that I've already got, pulled up in Photoshop right now. Issue 3 is going to be right behind that. It's already done and waiting on me. And issue 4 is mostly through its production phase. So that one's almost done too. So there will be no shortage of White Devil.
White
you know.
Devil.
And this is
White
not their
Devil.
first campaign either. So like these guys know what they're doing. You'll get fulfilled. It'll be all good.
Yeah, Silverline's been around for a while. This is like Silverline 2.0, the original Silverline, which there's a lot of people at Silverline now that have been through the Malibu crew back in the day. So Silverline was kind of initially like an imprint. The way I put it all together is it was an imprint under Malibu, much like Eternity was, or
That Vortex or whatever it was from DC.
yeah, and even more recently that I realized that even Image was for a short minute using them as a publisher as they were getting all their stuff together as they made their big move to just do it all on their own. And that's where White Devil came from also. It wasn't originally something that was more of like an endeavor into the manga world in the early 90s for Malibu. And so what this is actually it's a reboot of that with more of the Western style comics flavor,
Mm-hmm.
and not really the manga flavor. And I even got a chance to be able to like actually recreate a color palette. So I updated and changed the color palette around from back in those days too. So it's kind of a reboot from the Eternity imprint of Malibu back in the day. And Silverline's been around for a while, man. What's another line we have over there is Cat and Mouse, which Roland, the head of Silverline, he was the editor and a writer over at Malibu.
Yep.
And Cat and Mouse was a pretty good one back then that he's since brought around into the Silverline, Silverline 2.0, so to speak, these days. What are you saying, Max?
I was like, yeah, Cat and Mouse is a big book.
Yeah, definitely. But so that's kind of where the roots of Silverline come from, man. And I'm digging it because I get to work with some seasoned cats that have been in the biz for a while and worked for many of the different companies, and I'm sure you've read books by this particular writer, R.A. Jones, because he's written for all kinds of things. He's written for Marvel, Dark Horse, Image, co-creator of Bulletproof Monk for Image. Let's see. So here we go.
Did you see that
I've
movie?
been prattling on here. I got to get back in got to come right back in again. Got to get max mode going, man.
It did have a history of the company, though, and yeah.
Oh yeah, true. That's true. Yeah, they always fulfill on their crowd funds, man. They've been around for a while. There's a whole catalog of IPs that you'll see in some of the add-ons you can get out of the, all the different books that Silverline has. So White Devil is features Temple O'Rourke, the White Devil of Japan of tomorrow. After saving some girls from human traffickers, Temple discovers one of them, Sume, because that's spelled wrong. I know that because that should be Sume. That's how it is. Has been cybernetically altered against her will and determines to get to the bottom of it. Plus, he hates mad scientists. Whoa. So White Devil #1 is a science fiction fantasy story, full color, 24 pages, and it is the first of 4 issues in miniseries. The comic is completely finished. I can attest to that. I could even show you pages, which you'll see a little bit here as I scroll down. Let's see. So here's the Kickstarter exclusive covers. This one's by Stephen Butler and Thomas Florimonte and myself. Stephen Butler on pencils, Mr. Florimonte on the inks, and I did the colors. Stephen, he's got a big background too. This particular one, and that's how it fits well with this because this is a homage cover to old school Superman stuff, man. There's a cover like this, except you'd have an eagle coming down on Superman's arm and everything.
Yep.
But it just so happens like Mr. Butler has worked on Superman in the past, man. So that fits very well. And Mr. Florimonte, he's worked on many books from a lot of the publishers you've probably read also. And he's also one part of the head honchos over at Kablam, the comics printing company, man. Kablam. And then we have Aaron Humphreys did this cover. Aaron's cool. He does some cool work, man. I got to work on some colors on a cover of one of his on another book. So it's good to see him up in the mix. Then you got the digital double.
Digital double, $8.
There you
True
go. No
story.
frills PDF version without any extras. And your name on the thank you page.
Mm-hmm.
So plus, if you have if you're like overseas or anything like that, and shipping's gonna be too crazy, that's a good alternative always. And plus you can also add on we have add-ons in this campaign, so you can actually add on Twilight Grim 1 and 2 into your digital package. The double feature, this is the printed version. And it's the flip book style, tangible, printed paper in your hands. One side you'll have White Devil, flip it around, Twilight Grim. So whichever you decide to read first, flip it. There it is. All right, I'm reading this. Okay, now I'm going to read this story.
This is the one that I got, and I'm kind of excited because I haven't owned a flip book in a while.
Yeah, it's it's good to see that come back. Yeah.
Because it's the one where it's like you're holding it, and if you flip it, then it's Grim.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I love that.
And so, the digital double, your name. Okay. Now here, okay, yeah, that's it. You also, the double feature, you also get the digital double and your name on the thank you page.
Oh, awesome.
Variant covers, the A covers, and that's White Devil #1, variant A by Mr. Jackson Rennick. He's been around for a minute too. He actually worked on a run of Deathstroke, and I did the colors on that one. Plus, I went in graphically and added a few little extras in there, which was approved by the head man. Man, there, I fit one in for you, Larry. Hey, man. But yeah, White Devil #1 variant cover B by Michael Lanning, who does other work over at Silverline, and with Mr. Florimani on inks, and I did the colors on that one. And the other Twilight Grim, the Twilight Grim B cover by Quentin Bedwell, which is cool. I like that cover, man. That's cool. And the retro editions. Now, what's up with the retro editions is, like it says, it's retro, so it's like old school, like in the earlier days of something like Malibu, or when White Devil first came out, or like like manga. There had a color cover, but the interior pages are black and white. And they're both really good because the inks hold up very well on their own, and you can enjoy that if you even want to go farther back in that retro flavor, just even outside of the flip book aspect of it. Which, if you go with the completist tier, you will have hold of all of them, which we'll go through in a second. Here's some of the interior art of White Devil. So that's like kind of the
beautiful color work there.
Well, thank you, good sir.
I like that full page spread right there.
Yeah. The Cyber Centaur chick.
Oh, that one too. Yeah.
Oh, that one too.
The Steel Sister. One
the
doorway.
Yeah, the credit page. Yeah, credit title page. Yeah. Well, thank you, man. And yeah, that one was fun working on. I really like the line work in that one, man. But yeah, that's the first. Gives you a little lead in to see what you're going to get. You get the first 3 pages of that, and then one that we jumped ahead for, but you get 4 of them. So, it is a 24-page book, so we're not going to give you too much,
Will they let us do a sexy centaur chick cover for the next one?
I don't know. I will talk to them and see, man. But yeah, so there's a little bit of, a taste of what's in the inside. So what you see on the cover is what you're going to see inside, because Mr. Rennick did the pencils on that, and as far as in the book, he did the pencils, and the inks were done by Mr. Mike Keeney. And then we jump ahead. There's the first 3 pages, kind of a little introduction of White Devil there, Mr. Temple, Mr. O'Rourke. But then we skip ahead and give you one of the nice little splash pages, and that's when we when you're going to first meet Samai, which she's going to be in within the next few issues here. And like I will explain more of the story on that, but
That was some gorgeous work on that chrome, by the way.
Yeah.
oh, thank you. Yeah. I like working the metal stuff, man. Metal.
Metal.
Oh,
Metal.
I like what metal stuff.
Very metal. And then here's a little nice little video to explain how you can do add-ons when you want to do that for whichever tier you pick.
that's a nice little touch. You don't see that a lot.
No.
And well, and you know, as more people get, you know, especially people still getting used to what, you know, add-ons and how to do them, you know, within Kickstarter. So that's a cool thing. Yeah, and here's one of the add-ons, commission from Mr. Rob Davis that worked on Twilight Grim. Cool Sergeant Rock there, and Phantom, Doctor Who. And then Jackson Rennick that worked on White Devil. He will be doing commissions. Like, there's two those are cool, man, because those are two of the people from White Devil there in those particular pieces, which you can see Samai there, the Cyber Centaur, and the head of the
pirate chick.
yeah, Iron Butterfly, man.
Bam,
Oh, you
bam,
got
Iron
bam,
Butterfly.
bam,
She's
bam,
Tommy
the
is in
bam.
the chat there,
Yeah.
Phil.
what's that?
Tommy says hello.
Oh, hey. Hey, yeah, Mr. Flormonte. Yeah, we're just going through the White Devil campaign, man. Hey, if you want, good sir, and you want to drop in and talk about anything at all, let me know and I will send you the link.
Yeah,
No
is
pressure.
this
We're
the-
pretty
is
laid
this the
back over
villain?
here.
The pirate or the one-eyed.
She is one of them. She's like the head of the gang that goes and they go abduct village people, you know, at night, you know, and go take them to the mad scientist so he can do his mad scientist experiments and stuff on.
She's all stop that dancing.
Yeah, she's a good character design. Yes.
So then we got we got original art here that you can pick up. Once it's gone, it's gone. Got the pencils by Mr. Butler right there, and the inks by Mr. Thomas Flormonte, who is in the chat. Excellent dude, excellent work.
Excellent job on inks, Mr. Flormonte. Say that right.
I hope I'm saying it right too, Tom.
If I'm not, it's Phil's fault.
It's always the hippies' fault. But there you get that original cover by Jackson Rennick and Mike Keeney. And then you can get some of the original art pages, like that credits page is already gone. It's gone. It's out of here. You missed out. But
If I had more money, I would have picked up one of those.
But you still have a chance. There's still some. That one, there's that nice splash
don't
page
have
of Samai, you know. No, I'm just saying for the people out there listening, you know,
yeah.
you missed out on that cool one, but there's plenty other cool ones there. There's one with Iron Butterfly when she first comes onto the scene in the story. Then you can get original art for Twilight Grim. Excellent stuff.
Oh yeah, beautiful work.
That one's gone. Missed out on that one, but there's plenty others there. And then also for the add-ons, you can add on from the wide catalog of IPs and books over at Silverline, such as Bay, Bloodline, Cat and Mouse, Divinity, Friar Rush, which I got to work on that cover right there with Mr. Aaron Humphreys. Got to work on that cover, doing the colors with that one. That was fun. Kalis is a good book. I hear good things. Steam Patriot for all you steampunkers out there. Switchblade, Teen Beetle, Tiny, Twilight Grim. And here we go. The creators, Twilight Grim, is R.A. Jones, is the writer. Like I said, he's been around for a while. He has written many stuff, probably things that you have read before. Let's see, such as Bulletproof Monk, some Green Lantern, some stuff at Dark Horse. Rob Davis is the artist, Mickey Clausen is the colorist, and Mr. Mike Belcher is the letterer. And on White Devil, R.A. Jones, which wrote both of these stories, both of these books. Jackson Rennick is the penciler. That hippie Phil Leon on colors, man, and Mr. Mike Belcher, the letterer. And Image Withheld, Mike Keeney. He's so mysterious. Mike is so mysterious. Mysterious Mike. That's what I'm going to call him, man. And cool. Tom says, yes, we got it right. All right. Yay. We pronunciated right and stuffs, man. Oh, let's see. Yeah. Past my bedtime doing some inks and going to bed. Hey, understandable. But, like I've told you when we were over on Silverline on Sunday, you're always welcome to drop in if you want to, sir. Always. You can sit around and do some arting. Usually me and Warren are always in here. Warren's usually drawing up some Sig and Joe or some other goodness, and I'm usually working on some colors on something or just running at the mouth, So yeah, that's White Devil for you.
White Devil
And Twilight Grim.
and
Twilight Grim and White Devil. I think I saw them at a concert in '85 with Metallica or something, man. White Devil. But yeah, so basically, like I said, White Devil, it's a mix of post-apocalyptic fantasy, sci-fi. It's basically a lot of the inspiration was from the Seven Samurai. So we kind of call this, it's kind of a cybernetic samurai kind of story. But yeah, like I said, you video game buffs out there, it's kind of like a futuristic mix between Red Dead Redemption and Dragon Age,
Yeah, it kind of feels like that cartoon, Thundar the Barbarian.
Thundar, yeah, with all the you always had the mad scientist skulking around in the Thundar stories too, man, doing their stuff, and then Thundar's got to come in and take care of them and stuff.
Fix the problems
and the stuff. So yeah, basically, White Devil or Temple O'Rourke here. He's like basically he's a merc for hire, and to give you a little overlay, he's like a merc for hire. Village hires him because people are going missing from the village, and he goes and he's going to look for the slavers that have been collecting them so the mad scientist can do things and stuff. He's going to run into Samai, and they're going to go on a mission to deal with all this crap. So that's kind of what you're looking forward to in the next 4 issues, man. And some other things along the way that I'm not going to say nothing about, man. You'll just have to read it.
Read the book.
Read the book. It's in there.
It's in the book.
Or what was that? The Time in Life. So what did this and that? Read the book. So yeah, for $8 you get the digital double, and you can also get the add-ons for the other Grims. 15 you can get the early bird Silverline double feature, which is the tangible in your hand copy, the flip book, and you're just getting a little bit for pledging early. You get a little bit of a discount there, and there's only 3 of those left, so jump on it. Yeah. 18 or more, and that'll, there's a few people that were cool. They just went ahead and backed it anyhow, even though they could have got the early bird special to help us out here at the studios. And you get the double feature, classic flip book, Twilight Grim and White Devil, which includes the Kickstarter comic. Pledge 20 or more, that's a retailer bundle, and there's many packages in there. If you're a retailer, you want to pick up some of it and some of the shipping charges and whatnot. And then, like we've been saying, the best bang for your buck in all reality is the completionist. You don't want to mess around with adding this or that and you just want to get it taken care of. This is how you can do it, man. You get the flip book with both Kickstarter covers. You also get individual copies of Twilight Grim and White Devil. So you'll get like singulars with cover A on both of those, and the individual copies of with the cover B cover, and then you get an individual copy with the retro, which is the one that's the black and white interiors on that book, and you get digital versions of those. So that's a whole lot of stuff you get for your whole tier pledge on
$45 too.
Yeah,
so that's an amazing deal.
So you're really getting a good deal with that one. And like I said, you can do an add-on to any of these if you want to get, you want to get caught up with Twilight Grim or any of the other Silverline catalog of books. So yeah. If you like that, I'm going to go ahead and drop the link. I'll drop the link in the comments. And if you would be so kind and have a notion to go over there and get yourself some White Devil and Twilight Grim. There you go. It's like, I was at that show, man. It was White Devil, and then after they came out, then Twilight Grim hit the stage, So yeah, that's the ticket. Back over here to see take a look at what Mr. Warren's doing there, and Mr. Good Sir Max, you want to go through what the goodness you got going on, man?
Sure.
Because it just so happens over at Atrocity, they are running a crowd fund right now as we speak also.
Yeah, we got the Human Hunters.
Oh, Human Hunters, my bad.
It's what Larry called it, the Human Headhunters or something like that.
The Human Hunters. They were the glam metal band, man. I remember them.
We're at 108 backers with 5 days to go.
5 days. So you
better hop on 5 days to feed.
5 days to feed. You don't have much time to hop on this one, fellas.
Human Hunters is classic monsters that take the fight against the most dangerous monsters of all, humans. In this issue, the crew put together a heist to return a priceless vase stolen during World War II. Basically, they just put together this heist to pick up this vase that was stolen during World War II from this family, and they want it back.
But of course, man, of course.
But it's in a private collector, like a super high-end bad guy.
Oh man, one of them
has a security, has like dudes with machine guns for security and stuff like that, because he owns a lot of stolen art. It kind of pops up, and there's Easter eggs about stolen art throughout the entire thing. Like if you look on the walls, you'll see all these arts that were stolen.
Stolen art. What was he over on DeviantArt or the internet, man?
I steal your NFT.
I'll steal your NFT. I'll steal your high res off of DeviantArt and print up a T-shirt or two. I won't, but there's people that do that. But Yeah, he's a bad guy nonetheless. He's a bad guy.
Yeah. 34 pages. It's a pretty good book, pretty good sized book. Arts by Mateus Duarte, who did the Neo Tokyo art for us. So you know it's going to be good, and it is good. It's fantastic.
It's
from-
phenomenal.
phenomenal. Let's not kid
It is.
ourselves, okay? This is his evolution that he's had just from the beginning of Neo Tokyo to now is amazing. His art has improved.
Hell yeah. That's good
drastically.
stuff. I dig it.
Oh yeah.
Neo Tokyo. I really dug Neo Tokyo, man. Well,
It
of
was
course,
fun.
because
Got
it's
a-
because
you
it's
got
you know
quite a
because it's
staple of artists going for you right now at Atrocity. Some
Yeah.
really good stuff.
Yep.
well Neo Tokyo just because I'm partial to cyberpunk, man.
Yeah.
But of course, Human Hunters too, because you got all like the classic-y kind of monsters that I dig, and variations of what I grew up with.
Yep. I mean, they're definitely variations of it, but you gotta vary it. Number one, so you don't get in trouble. Number two, so it makes it yours.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you just don't want a carbon copy of like Universal monsters,
No.
and they wouldn't dig that too much.
Yeah,
Well, who owns them now? Who owns-
NBC Universal.
Okay, yeah, they definitely have words.
Well, it's also fun to play with the expectations
Oh yeah,
too.
yeah.
Yeah.
And that's kind of the idea too. If you're working with stuff that's a public domain entity, like Mary Shelley's Frankenstein or something, you definitely want to put your own flavor on it, your own twist, and these
Well, yeah,
guys are definitely good about doing that, man.
That's a cool thing that we did. Is let me see if I can find my mouse. All right, so in Frankenstein by Mary Shelley, this part right here is in the book. This is Dr. Frankenstein taking all of his stuff from his equipment from his lab out to sea to dump it, because as you can see in this voiceover stuff, he doesn't want to bring another abomination into the world, so he decides that he's going to just dump it all into the sea and just be done with it.
Dang, humans always just dumping everything in the sea, man, that they don't want, man.
I know. Litter bug. So he takes his entire lab and throws it all overboard. And in the story, it was right before a storm was brewing when he was doing it. So we just had the storm happen, and the lightning strikes the body,
Ouch!
which gives it that spark that is required.
The spark of life.
Yep. And then where did my mouse go with that? The movement.
I love those pages. I love those first two are some of my favorite pages I've
We
seen.
always nerd out when this page comes up too.
Yeah. Well, I'm real partial to really yummy blues, man. That almost electric blue. I like electric blue, man.
She's coming out of the water.
Coming up. Nice.
Man,
Such pretty art, man.
I know. His art has improved. As I told you, it's just much.
And tastefully done as hell, too, man.
Oh, yeah. We try not to get too lewd with it. And then we have our transition from the past to present. And she's hanging upside down, talking to some lady in the back of a van with a bunch of computers. And she's doing the sky dancing or whatever they call it. Fabric dancing.
Fabric, yeah.
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 which is I thought was a cool touch instead of just using
Rope, tackle,
rope. Yeah.
tackles and pulleys and ropes and
Mhm. And then they're trying to get the alarm down, and the girl's like, "Should I wait for him to get the alarm down?" She's like, "Nah. Where's the fun in that?" So she picks it up, and the silent alarm starts going off. And this is JC, who is our Native American guy, who's the werewolf.
Ow.
And he can hear it because he's the dog. He's
Got
the
those
hearing.
dog ears going.
Yeah.
And so he's like, "Can you guys hear that?" And they're like, "Hear what?" He's like, "God, how can you not hear that?"
Because we're not the dog people.
And that's exactly what's pretty much said. And then it's time to find the guards because they're coming. He can
Oh,
smell
shit.
them.
Oh, there's that nice three-panel
And then-
transfiguration. That's cool. Transmogrification.
Transmogrification.
There, yeah. Sure, we'll go with that. That works. He changes. He changes basically.
He just kind of warps around into this new wolf. He turns into the wolf.
He kind of goes all snouty, man.
And that is the last of the first 7 pages. So that is all you get to see for free.
Oh,
Anything else?
womp womp.
Anything else, you're going to have to buy the book. Buy my book. Buy my book.
Want to
Buy
know
my
more
book.
about the Wendigo? It's in the book.
Would you like to know more?
Then take yourself over to Atrocity Press.
Okay, so you can get Human Hunters digitally. Ours is $10. I'll skip these because we're going to see the bigger ones in a minute. There they are. Cover A, which is a standard cover. It's got the James Bond guy, who's our Bruce Wayne, James Bond, super suave, Charlie of Charlie's Angels. Except for you can see him. Next to him, Cleo, who is our tech genius. She'll
You always
I
need
think-
a tech genius, man.
Yep. Super tech genius, and she speaks like 36 languages.
Holy crap. I can barely speak one.
I know, I'm still working on English. Next to her is Victor. It's kind of pretty easy to tell who he is supposed to represent, seeing that he's all giant sized and got scars everywhere.
I wonder.
Below him is Christine, which you've already seen. It's the girl that came out of the water. So she's the female creature. But they don't have any romantic relationship. Johnny said that he's like, I think I would see it as they have the same father, so it'd be more of a brother-sister relationship. I'm like, hey, let's do that.
Hey, it's like, yeah, that's a good twist, and it's not been done.
Exactly.
I've never heard that. That's a different take, man. It
Yeah.
works.
Then we got our werewolf.
Makes more sense.
Yep. Then we got our werewolf, JC, and then we got Dr. Juan Montclair, who is the voodoo doctor.
Oh, that voodoo that you do.
So well. And then to his in dead center we have Freya, who is that's pretty much all we're releasing right now. But it'd be kind of easy to tell who she is based on just some hints that we've given that we can't not give.
Yeah.
The thing that must not be said. And some of that.
Cover
oh,
B
that cover, man.
by Mariah Benez.
Smexy.
Yeah, people been eating it up.
That's the
I
one
bet.
that
I
I got
bet.
that one, and I got the Halloween cover, the launch cover.
Yep, yep.
Yeah, this one though, I snatched this one up.
Mhm. Everybody likes this one. Of course, Miss Mariah Benez. Everyone always loves her work. She's fantastic. Fern colored it. Fern Cord colored it.
Oh yeah.
This is Alzir Alves.
I like this. This is one of my favorites of the
Yeah.
bunch, man. Well, like I said, I always like Egyptian motifs, man. So that's really
Yeah.
cool. I like the
Mythical, yeah.
golds. I like, that's what I like. I think that's what I like about Egyptian stuff. It's not only that it's cool looking, I think I like all those mixes of golds and blues and stuff.
Yeah.
She's gonna sit like that. She's gonna get some sand in some places.
I don't like sand. It's coarse and whatever mannequin said.
Gets all over you.
Ooh, icky.
And of course, here's the Halloween one, which is sold out because you could only get it on day one, which Warren took advantage of. Was very smart because that cover is awesome.
Yeah, that's a kick-ass cover.
Maybe if you're lucky, you might find it on eBay down the road somewhere.
Yeah, maybe.
You missed
I
out
flipped
because
that
you're going to
son of a-
definitely be paying more for it if you find it there, man.
Oh yeah, because I'll see how. I mean, I have to count it up, but I think I think it's like 40 issues.
Ooh,
40.
yeah,
Full-
definitely,
Total of 40 will be existing.
Oh wow, yeah.
definitely collectible, man. That is
I
definitely a
might
collector's
send that one
item.
off.
Yeah.
Go CGC it.
Yeah, I might send that one off because I'm getting that one in the Maria Bennis cover. I might send that one off then.
It will come back as a 9.8.
Probably.
Well, I don't know. I don't know how they grade that, but I know that's a pretty good grade, man.
When Fern did this one for our 80th backer reveal, it was like a secret thing that we did for 80 backers. It's in standard and holofoil. So if you think of like how the holofoil will look with all that,
Yeah, that clock background,
yeah.
man.
that'll look awesome.
Yep, it sure will.
All the girls up front, the reflections off those boots.
Yep.
Yeah, that'll look good.
Oh yeah.
Super nice.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That'll look good now, I tell you.
Now, I think it's funny if you kind of scroll up a little bit, you get to there, you don't know what that guy's doing.
That's the guy I like. Of course, leave it to Max to catch that. That's pretty good.
What's that guy doing? Oh, he's just sitting there.
That's
What's he
almost
doing?
one of those covers where you know where there's something that goes over the top of it that only lets certain parts of the cover show through. You know, where you have an extra wrap around and that's all you see is that part until you flip open the part and okay.
Got me again.
You trickster.
But that's our naughty cover. Obviously the devil heads will be missing. If you back the naughty cover, then at $1,000 we released this print, which is a 6x9 print on cardstock.
Just say devil head, devil head, devil head, Merle, devil head. What devil? Okay, I want to do that one right now. Damn it, bad Phil.
Here's number 2 that was released when we got to $2,000, and we got to $3,000. So we have released this one. We are about $200 away from $4,000.
I really like that background panel work in it, man.
Yeah, I thought that was really cool the way you put that
It gives
in
it
there.
a certain flavor, almost I don't know, like maybe a retro flavor of some kind, man.
Yeah, it
maybe.
kind of like goes like to a 70s feel.
Yeah,
Yeah.
if the colors were a little more muted, it'd really give me that 70s feel, man. But just the like layout and the mix of colors gives me
It's a
that
really nice
that old school
composition.
feel. Yeah, it is.
Yep. And then we got this one for.
Oh, that one too's got that cool. Yeah,
Yep.
I
Yep.
dig it when people do stuff like that with backgrounds. That's awesome.
Then, if you hit $4,000, then that's also when the first stretch goal, like stretch goal begins,
Right.
which is the bookmark. That is the same art from the cover with the Alzira Alvez's cover, where she's sitting on the Sphinx.
Oh, okay.
And they'll be using it for other books because this book is so good. They're not going to be able to put it down for have a chance to bookmark it, man.
This is the
Good.
2022 cover for calendar. Excuse me. Which you'll be a little like a month, probably maybe a month out, which kind of sucks, but that's okay. We like to say that it's not safe, or it's safe for work ish. It just depends on where you work. There's no nudity in it, but people get upset about pin-up stuff all the time. So just remember that.
Yeah, it doesn't take much to piss somebody off.
I'm going to put one up. I'll piss my boss off. Well, because I work for myself.
Who you?
They'll be sitting right over here next to me, you know, while I art away on stuff, and I can always look over and pay attention. It's like, what day is it? Okay, yeah, more comics.
Here is the cardboard cutout, the stand-up.
Oh yeah, like that.
It's just like the one behind me.
Well, here, let's give them a view. There you go.
Yep. This is it's 6 foot tall. Wapa.
Hey, watch
So
where you
tall.
put your hand, man. She's gonna smack you. She's gonna
So
smack
tall.
you, man.
So tall that it's. Ow, she bit me. breaks the headroom. And then we just have different kind of tiers, like the color collector, the naughty cover collector, the full hunter, which is like the cover collector, like to the extreme, and then the naughty edition of all those things. Here's the stretch goals that we haven't quite unlocked yet, but we're getting there. We're $200 away from the whole first stretch goal. There is the book market art. And the trading cards are recolors of a few of the art from the calendar. And there's one of my favorites. I don't know why.
Sis boom ba.
That's right. I don't know why she's in.
Rah, rah. Huh? What?
I don't know why she's in a cheerleading outfit, but I don't mind.
It's all good. She's got Chuck Taylors on, man.
Yep.
You gotta
Some
have
things
some
don't need to
Chuck
be
Taylors
asked.
on.
If this one gets made, then it's going to be made into like foil.
Yeah, that one, that background, and the leggings and stuff is really gonna pop for a foil, man.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. And of course, we print with Comics Wellspring.
Very good printing company. Very
Yes,
customer
yeah.
friendly. I like
Yes,
them. I like dealing with them. I like that Comics Wellspring.
Them French fried taters.
French fried taters. Which ones? The big uns. You ought not hurt that boy.
But there you go. That is Human Hunters. Because I'm fading fast, and I don't want
I don't. We got to see all the goodness, man. They've got a
Really?
link. they've got a link in the chats in the comments where they can go to it if they like that, or if they like want to go check out White Devil, and if they want to go see what Warren's up to. He's got his link tree in there that'll take you all the good stuff that he's doing.
Oh, all my stuff is linked through there.
Well, yeah, well, and we went through that. So let's make Warren perform. Warren, tell him a little bit about Sig and Joe.
Jesus.
You're like, damn it, Bill.
Oh man. Sig and Joe is a sci-fi epic with Aqua Teen Hunger Force characters, if you will. If I had to pick, it's like Aqua Teen Hunger Force meets Star Wars, and that baby met Firefly, and then they had a kid, and that kid got with Mad Max, and then
And then they were genetically spliced together. There you go.
So yeah, it's a lot of those kind of influences put into one. A lot of wild, zany characters.
I was gonna say it's fun stuff. Every time I see one of your new pages for this, it always just looks like a really fun page, man. Every time.
It's gonna be a lot of action, a lot of fast moving. I'm using kind of like what I saw an interview with Spielberg, and he was talking about the formula he used for Raiders of the Lost Ark was like the hero gets something, loses it, gets it back, loses it, and then by the end of it, finds out why he doesn't even want to chase after it in the long run. And I'm kind of using that. It's going to be real fast paced. Like right now, they're preparing for a heist. When that arc gets done, that heist kicks off a whole range of things that gets the evil corporation, the underground, everyone kind of on this family of misfits, and they're just trying to live by a code and get by. So there's going to be a lot of heart, a lot of humor, a lot of action, robots. I've got a lot of stuff planned, so this is going to be I'm doing a long-term story, but right now working on the heist and getting all the stuff together for it. But yeah, it's been an absolute blast to work on.
Pulse pounding action. And where are you going to be putting that out? What is the plans for Sig and Joe, man?
For the first issue, 24-page issue, I'll have it available for PDF for anyone who wants to read it. Then, as for like a Kickstarter and for printing, it'll be whether or not I do just the first issue, or if I add more to it and do like a 48-page instead of a 24. Do like a 48-page print, which would essentially be kind of 2 issues. The story is all broken up where I can section it off to like 24 or a 36-page or along those lines, where it has a lot of sort of natural breaking points, which works. So
right.
I'll play around and see with what size and what I want to do with print wise. But first it'll be all digital PDF, and me and Max Weston are going to start a website, and then he'll have his stuff on there, and I'll use that for art and everything. We hope to have the website up by the end of the year. So
nice. That'll be with Blue Water on there too, right? Then
yeah, Blue Water, and he has another story that is being worked on by another artist called Wavelight. So we're going to have 3 different series coming out of that website between his Fun Guy comic stuff and my lunchbox. So
I didn't know about the Wavelight, man. I haven't got to talk to other Max for a while. Max with 2 X's.
Super busy with his work, so I hope to get him on here once this stuff starts slowing down more.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, man, we need to get him on stream sometime, man.
Yeah, he's almost got 3 issues. He's got 3 issues of Blue Water in different stages almost done. He's got Wavelight in the character development early stages, but that'll be going here pretty soon. So by the end of next year, we'll have multiple different stories and issues going. Because even with Sig and Joe, I'd like to get to a point where I can work on 2 books at the same time. So there's other stories that I want to do down the line that will have more. And I might end up just writing something and then having someone else do the artwork, but I don't know if I'm ready for that yet.
Yeah, I cannot let anybody else know. I will do it myself. Never mind. You'll do it wrong, man. I got to do it.
But
Well, yeah, that's cool. I love watching this progress, man, as I see more and more new stuff, man.
Badass.
Since like when I first ran into you in the way back and long ago, it seems. And we sat around and did that reading of a page or two, man.
I would be farther now, and I don't like looking at it bad, but I would have been farther if I would have didn't make some mistakes with the first like 50 pages that I did. But you live and you learn and you move on from it. But yeah, it's been progressing. I should be like on issue like 5 right now, but whatever.
But crap, man, you picked up your pace big time over these last couple months, man. You constantly working on something and getting it done, dude.
Oh yeah, it's going good now, and it's all about learning. You can't get better without just doing it. But, yeah. But yeah, I should have. We should be starting doing Cthulhu stuff here pretty soon.
Oh yeah, that's right. I got to talk to Travis here soon, man.
Are you going to be doing some stuff for that too?
I guess I was, I've hit him up occasionally when he puts out the call that he's looking for colorists and stuff, but we always seem to miss catching up with each other. But I was over on Chuck's stream last week with a bunch of artists. He was one of them, and he's like, "Oh, by the way, I've been meaning to Phil." So yeah, I'm going to be working on a few pages of Cthulhu in Wonderland.
Oh, awesome.
So yeah, I just got to get back with him and find out all the details. But he's like, yeah, that was a surprise to me too. We're all hanging out talking about our different projects, and Travis is like, "By the way, Phil," I'm like, "Hell yeah, I'm on board, man." So is that the one? Is that what are you working on, Wonderland, or are you just the Oz one? Or I know you did. I'm
working on Wonderland. It's a 7-page story for that one. I don't know how much artwork I could show. You know what? Let me pull up a character design sheet and I can show that.
Well, what about Oz is already out, right?
Oz is already out. Yeah, that one I just did a cover for that one, but that one has been out and printed, and it's Wonderland's the next big one. Let's see here. Okay, I'll just pull up this character sheet. Show some characters. The story takes place in the trenches. Cthulhu. It's the children of Pym, and Pym. I'm saying Yim. Oh, damn it! I'm ruining it now.
Yeah, one of those. Yeah, sure.
So one of those Cthulhu bad guys. Here, let me pull this one up. This has it on there. Ah, yes, Yig. And the progeny of Yig, and the Shambler, and they're going to be taking on these different cards that are stuck in like the trenches protecting the rose gardens of the Queen of Hearts. So you get a little band of characters guy. You get he's fighting with a pair of hedge trippers there. We've got some heart-shaped spears, a blunderbuss, and then they'll be taking on the Shambler, which was fun to design. I got designed Yig, which is there's multiple different sort of designs of these guys, so I got to pretty much play around and do what I want with it.
Yeah, you're working with Lovecraft names, man. You're well within your range. At least you didn't get like Yog Shaggoth and stuff like that, It's like a mouthful to spit out, and yeah.
But being I'm on the Facebook, and I don't get to show off. We don't get to show off any yet, but there's going to be a lot of beautiful artwork on this anthology. It's got a lot of good looking stuff. It's really cool to be part of. And there goes that.
Hell yeah. Right, Max? Right, Max?
I think we might have lost Max.
Max, it's time for school. Max, you better get up, buddy. Time for school, man.
I told you I was fading.
It's all, I know. I was just picking on you. Didn't full on pick on you though, man. I didn't run no product placements across your headband and stuff. That's the way it is when you work on comics, man. You get in a few snoozes when you can, man. Any
I
chance
do.
you get.
Yeah.
I mean, because I'll be going to bed now, and I'll wake up probably at 4 and start over again.
Yeah, you get that all broken up sleep and stuff, man.
Yeah, I sleep like 3 hours at a time.
Yeah, with me, I don't get the broken up sleep. It's like, it's just forever when I get to sleep. But when I get to sleep, that's it. I'm out. I'm out for the count, man. It's just getting there.
I like the Star Trek or the Star Wars wheel-looking things. Those are awesome.
I had a lot of fun drawing these.
Hmm.
It's one thing with this series. It's like the space elevators in it because I wanted to draw a space elevator. I'm drawing these bikes because I wanted to draw wheel bikes. A
Yep.
lot of stuff gets decided because I want to draw it.
Hey, that works.
Oh, there's another reason you'd like that Foundation series, man. There's a big old space elevator in that Foundation series, dude. You'd dig it.
Oh, that's cool.
Like I said, that one's good. That's good
elevators,
stuff.
and I like space slingshots. That was
Oh, there you go.
technology that I want to use in a story here in the future.
Let's see. The most recent thing I said, that I've caught is like I told you guys was Shang-Chi.
Yep.
That was an excellent movie. I liked it. It was fun. It was enjoyable.
All right. Well, I'm gonna dip out because I'm falling asleep.
All right, it's fully understandable, man. You know.
Yep.
Thank you
All
for
right,
having me
well,
on.
Hey, no problem. Thanks for hanging out with us, man.
No
Always
problem.
a pleasure.
I will catch you later, Warren.
You have
See
yourself
you
a good
later,
one,
Phil.
man.
You too. See you guys later.
Happy Turkey Day, man.
You too. Bye.
Yeah. It's a nice, mellow little Wednesday night.
Mm-hmm.
We're paying.
Turkey Day.
I'm painting happy little trees. Not. I'm painting Cat of Nine Tails lady, man.
And I'm painting a vehicular accident. Or
And so-
a uniwheel accident.
Yeah. Yeah, and so people can see, man. Like I said, White Devil's in his crowdfunding campaign now, issue 1, and I am already working on issue 2 with everything done except for the color work, which I'm doing now. So as soon as I finish the color work, that one will be going out too. So you'll have issue 2 coming right behind it. I'll give you one little other peek of that, and that's Iron Butterfly. Dun 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 dun. Inagata Davida. Yeah. White Devil. But yeah, that's Iron Butterfly. She's the head of one of the gangs going around abducting people.
Right.
All right, all right, all right. Oh, there you go. Looking at your link tree, man. Art. Oh, you got an art station up and rolling now, do you?
Yeah, I've only put like maybe 8 pieces of art on it, but I got to upload a lot more. But it's kind of a pain because you got to do the description,
Yeah.
title,
You don't have to on all that, but it's probably best to.
It is. It's good to get all the tags in and everything.
All the tags.
I do like their tagging system though, where it's like use your previous tags,
Yeah.
and then
Yeah.
you can just take off the ones that aren't relevant, add some more relevant ones, and then the next picture It's just do the same thing. Take off the ones that aren't relevant, and just add on more relevant ones.
Well, add me over there, man, or I'll find you and add you. What's it? It's well, you're like the tab's right there. Just click on it, Phil. It'll take you there. So why don't I do that? Okay.
You can add people on it, like a friend.
A
thing.
follow. You can follow.
Oh,
You can
okay.
follow. You can leave me messages. Actually, there's something. Oh, some people liked my Hellbeast Reanimated piece. I need to update mine because I haven't put new stuff up there for a minute. I'm still going, oh, here's my portfolio so they can see what they want. But I need to add some new stuff up there, man. Not too far behind, but it is time to get some. I've got enough stuff to throw some new updates in there. So, yeah, I will just, where is it? Follow. No, I didn't tell you to take me to Cyber Days sales. I told you to follow Warren. There we go. I am now following you, good sir. Got some of your Dungeons and Dame stuff up there. That Cthulhu piece. That's cool. Sig and Joe. Florida Loki.
Florida Loki. Yep.
Florida.
He
Florida
acted like
Loki.
Loki.
Hey, what?
He acted like Florida Loki.
Yeah. Going around chomping off people's hands and stuff, man. Oops, spoiler alert. No, sorry. If you've not caught up on Loki by now, then it's not going to be
I know they're
bugging
already
you that
2
much.
episodes into Hawkeye, so Loki's been gone for a while.
Now, how is that going, man? I've heard there people so far kind of like, at least off the first episode, are kind of iffy with it, man.
I don't know. I haven't sat down and watched it yet. I was going to let it build up a couple more. Plus, I've been busy watching Arcane and some other thing, Arcane and something else I forgot. But yeah, I haven't got a chance to watch it yet.
Arcane. Doom Patrol?
Arcane was good. Doom Patrol, season 1 I watched. I haven't watched season 2 yet.
I've got to get to 3 on that one yet, man. I've been such a proponent of that show, man, and they've already ran this whole season. And I haven't even watched episode 1 yet. Well, I watched like 5-10 minutes of it. Then I didn't get a chance to watch for a minute.
I watched Tiger King season 2. Sadly, I couldn't.
Oh, I'm sorry to
myself.
hear that, man.
Hey, it's like a car wreck. I can't help but watch it.
Don't do it. Don't do it, Warren. Don't do it, man. There's too much cool stuff out there, man.
Oh, I can't help it.
With me, I'm trying to. My only thing that I'm working on getting through right now is 3, 2, 1. Let's jam.
Oh yeah, Cowboy Bebop.
Yeah, I'm liking it. I don't care what people say, man. I watched the
No, that's
animated
good.
series and really dug it. Although it took me a minute. At first, I was like, I ain't watching this. Then I kind of heard some of the music in it, and it kind of got my attention, like when it was on Adult Swim, I think it was. Then I ended up sitting down and watching an episode. It's like, okay, I got to watch this from the beginning. Okay, I like this. I dig this. This is actually my avatar, the one I've got up now. That is basically supposed to be a version of a space cowboy, man, basically.
Oh, cool.
Not Spike, but, just a space cowboy in general.
Yeah.
That kind of look and feel and all that. But yeah, I'm through 2 episodes of it, and I really, really like it, man. It is fun. It's really cool the way they do some of the cinematography in it and stuff. I don't know why anybody would be complaining about that, man.
Some people just like to complain.
It's fun. It's almost got like a retro. It's like, well, you know how it is. Just like the animation, it's kind of got that combination of genre feels and stuff to it. A little bit of noir, a little bit like 70s retro.
The little bit of the design and special effects I've seen looks really good.
Oh yeah, the fight scenes, dude. Wait till you see the fight scenes that I've seen so far. They're all good.
I love a good fight scene.
And I don't
That's
know
one
why.
thing Marvel does better.
I don't know why anybody's whining about Faye. What I've seen with her so far, she does just fine, man. She's got the attitude. And I'm sorry to tell you guys out there, But if you ever seen, if you ever seen the female form, you aren't going to find somebody that's going to fit the frame of what Faye is in real life. So get over it. Yeah, it's very good. The fight scenes are good. I like all their attitudes, and their delivery is all good. The guy that does oh man, the other cowboy. Why am I slipping his name? The ex-cop.
Yeah, I can't think of it either.
Not Spike, but he does a really good delivery and sounds just like him, dude. Works perfect.
The actor's
Works
really good, so I'm glad. Yeah, I'm not surprised.
I don't think I've seen him in other stuff, but I really like his character in the show. And like I said, the Faye chick is cool. Weird stuff like when they bring up, the series, they touch base on some of the things, like the teddy bear guy.
Yeah.
Had the teddy bear head on, doing all the messed up shit. But yeah, that was in the second episode now. Oh man, yeah, you'll just have to see it, Warren. You really will. I'm not gonna divulge too much.
Oh, it's on the list of stuff to catch. Just have to get around to it. I like watching stuff that I've seen before when I'm drawing because I don't have to look at it. I kind of know what's going on just because I've watched it so many times.
Well, you kind of will, but won't with Cowboy Bebop. You'll have to watch it. It's enough different that you'll have to watch it. I want to take
a break and actually watch an episode, so I'll do that between draw sessions and.
Yeah, they're like they're around 50-minute episodes, I believe.
Really? So they got some nice, good-sized episodes.
And they are
what, 10 episodes for the season?
Hold on, I'm looking. I believe so.
And did they drop them all at once?
Yeah, they're all there.
Arcane, they didn't. Arcane, they dropped like 3 episodes a week until it was over.
Okay, there's some a little bit shorter, a little bit longer, like 50 minutes, 39 minutes, 46 minutes, 42, 45, 41, 48, 51. So yeah, right around that area. And yes, it is. Good, though. It is 10 episodes, man.
Oh, nice. That's good. Lots of content.
After I watched the first one, even though I wasn't going to have time, it was one of those ones where it was like, especially since they put them all out, man. The first one got me enough that I was like, oh, I want to watch the second one right now, but I can't. It'll have to wait, It was good enough that I definitely wanted to binge it, but I had to curb myself to take care of other things.
Yeah, that's what happened with me with Doom Patrols. I was just going to watch like 3 episodes, then go back to work.
Oh, it sucks you in, doesn't it?
Yeah, then 2 days later I got back to drawing again because I watched all 15 episodes in a row.
Well, if I remember right, the first season initially, when DC tried to do their own platform there, before they went over to Max, right?
Yeah. When AT&T bought up Warner Brothers, they combined all the platforms onto one.
Yeah, so when it initially came out, man, it was like they released the first 3 episodes, and then you had to do the waiting game in between them, man. It's like, oh, man, no fair. Because, like I said, after just the intro, very intro narration, I am not spoiling anything, folks, but the very intro with Alan Tudyk, with his character narrating where everything, almost the fourth wall breaking thing he did at the very beginning, before it even started, basically. Within that first 30 seconds to a minute, I'm like, okay, yeah, I'm on board, man. Let's see where this goes.
He does an amazing job, the whole series.
Some of the things in that first one that cracked me up, the donkey cracked me up. I won't say nothing more than that, but the donkey cracked me up. We're already in the 3rd season, though. There should be no spoiler. We should be in the free zone, but I'll be good about it because enough people don't know about Doom Patrol right now.
Yeah.
Man.
Well, and
But
I just got done with the first season, and I have to say it's not in any way a normal superhero show.
it is very, very much a Grant Morrison version, man.
Yeah, like even the way they defeat the last, like the last villain, like problem, it was not. It was very unconventional, and
Yeah,
it was very well done.
yeah, yeah. Some of it just threw me off. Like I said,
Yep,
the donkey, the cockroach.
I
Those
love
are
the
two that
cockroach.
those are two that really just like this is screwed up, man. I like it.
Cockroach was great.
Yeah, that was just one that just threw me off and just out of the blue. And when you watch it, you'll know what we're talking about, people. And believe me, you'll get a chuckle out of it, man. The street thing was cool, weird, but cool, different. Now, what was the name of that street?
Danny.
Danny. That's right. Yeah, yeah. Just it's pretty interesting, very creative, very original.
Yeah, very well written,
Very well
acted.
written. The story or the character development, man.
Oh
My
yeah,
God, this character
every
development is
character had
outrageous, man.
yeah, every character had a great story, really well acted. The guy playing Mr. Negative.
Nobody, Mr. Nobody.
Well, Mr. Negative.
Was it Mr. Negative?
Mr. Nobody was Alan Tudyk.
Right. Okay. All
I'm
right.
talking. Yeah, Mr. Was it Mr. Negative, the guy with the rabbit?
Oh
on his
yeah,
face?
yeah, yeah. The ex Air Force guy.
Yeah, he
Okay.
was
Yeah,
the
yeah, yeah.
actor from that USA TV network show called about the con artist. And
I
he
don't
was
know
at one time in line to play Superman. He was rumored back before the Snyder and Cavill and all them. And yeah, he's a great actor. The one who played the Navy pilot. I love him as an actor. He's awesome.
The only one that I really knew going into that was Brandon Fraser
Yeah, and how great is it?
and
to see him
the oh God, I can't think of his name now. The old guy that got them all together.
Oh, Timothy Dalton.
Yeah. Well, what was his name? I meant, what was his name in the?
Oh,
I'm bad with names tonight, man. It's one of those nights
Oh
again.
yeah.
Well, it's kind of a light and loose, Zen Den tonight. It's the holiday weekend basically here in the States, so you got to cut us some slack. Everybody's got to let their hair down every now and then. Hey, can you hold down the fort for 1 second, man?
Yeah.
I will be right back. Keep the folks entertained with that awesome art you got going on there.
Okay, it's 60. Just remembering the tones I used for the truck. There's that. I'll only use 50 for that. Go back to 20 in there. My weird kind of gray flatting. And what was... Okay, that's 30. Is it black? Yep, 30 black. Let's see here. It'd be 30. Bam. Where else is the truck?
You talking to yourself again?
Yes, I am.
I knew it.
Best way to fill up airspace is talk to yourself.
Hey, you know how it is. Doing live stream, man. You gotta say something. Gotta say something. You're fine talking to yourself as long as you don't answer yourself, man.
That's the way I was always told.
Talking to yourself, but when you answer yourself, then you better be careful, man.
Might
Yeah,
have
we
to
won't.
stand up here for a
I
second.
was gonna say we won't go super long tonight, man. I've been trying to watch that. Well, it depends, man. It's up to you. I know you're further behind in time than I am, and I am Nightbreed right now, so I am up for a while.
I got a little bit more in me, but I got to get up early to cook Thanksgiving dinner tomorrow. So
I don't have to cook it, so I don't have to worry about that end of it. But
I told
yeah,
my
I
mom
gotta
and
try.
sister-in-law that I would help out. So
I just gotta try to. My niece is all like, God, you gotta buy making stuff right now. I talked to her earlier before the stream, making these little mini pumpkin things, and I was like, oh, foods, foods.
I helped my mom prep the turkey for tomorrow. We're having a ham turkey. We're doing the mashed potatoes and gravy and the whole deal.
That's one thing. I've cooked lots of things, and I used to even be a cook back in the day, and I can cook. But a whole turkey is not something I really did until last year. I cooked my first turkey, man.
Turkeys aren't too hard to get together. I would love to deep fry one, but I don't have the space or the deep fryer.
You don't want to cause no raging fire either, you know.
Yeah, burning down the entire.
How many times have you heard stories with people doing the deep frying the turkeys? And
I'll just search that shit on YouTube.
I'm saying, man, it's like a common occurrence, it seems like, man.
Oh yeah, they put in there frozen or too much water in it, and it just explodes.
You put them in there one way with that opening all down below, and then it shoots up out of there like a rocket. Shoots out of there like Mentos getting dropped into a 2-liter of pop soda. Whatever you call it in your area of the country.
I call it pop. People get
Used
really
to do
picky
that traveling
about that,
do what?
People get really picky about that though.
Oh, I do. Like I
Soda or pop.
Yeah, see, pop I thought was just almost just a regular, like an Indiana colloquialism there for a while, because we'd go on a vacation or something. I asked for a pop, and a pop? Do you mean a soda? Or like down south where I was at, where I'd went, everything was Pepsi. Would you like a Pepsi? Everything was a Pepsi. Would you like a Pepsi? What kind? It's like, okay, that makes a lot of sense. You're calling everything a Pepsi. And then you ask me what kind.
What flavor of Pepsi? Diet Coke. That's the flavor I want.
Dr. Pepper. Oh, and that was a big thing down there. Dr. Pepper. A lot of Dr. Pepper. And if I remember right, there wasn't a Mountain Dew wasn't a big thing, but Mellow Yellow was. They call me Mellow Yellow. Cut in these eyes. Cut him. Gonna cut his eyes. Basically what I'm doing here is I am just cutting in areas so it's selected and I can do the colory colors. Let's see. Yes, I work in Photoshop almost exclusively and with a Wacom tablet. That is how I do my stuff and things. I think I'm going to cut this hair in a little bit different, though.
Clip Studio with a Hulion tablet.
Yeah, Clip Studio is definitely a good option, man. Affordable, does the job, man. Does some things better than Photoshop, I think.
It's very
I've got
comic centric on Clip Studio.
Yeah. When I mainly got it, I got it because it was a really good sale, and I kept hearing how good it was with the digital inks, and I did not like the way that Photoshop inks. Because for the life of me, it always wants to anti-alias my lines and not give me that crisp damn edge I'm looking for. But Manga does, and plus you can also really easily tweak your lines in Clip Art Studio from what I remember. Correct?
Yes.
Like where it keeps it vectorized and you can like rearrange your line or tweak it just a little bit. I think it even has a line correction option in case you get a little bit shaky handed or something like that, if I remember.
Yeah, it does. I don't have mine turned on.
It's great for lettering. One of the best programs that I've ran across for lettering. Because each of those sections in there, they've got it very much. They have it very much adapted for each one of those areas, whether it's the lettering or the colors or panel layouts or your inking, man.
Yeah.
I mean,
I really
program,
like how the inking looks on Clip Studio.
Yeah, that's what I said. That was the main reason that I'd gotten it, man, because I was going to start doing digital inking again, and people I knew, like, that I'd worked with in the past, they were using it, and I watched them, and they talked about how well it works for inking, and they were not kidding, man. But colory colors, I always do in Photoshop.
Yeah, I don't know how Photoshop does for inking because I've never used it, but I do like how Clip works. I first saw Photoshop. People were using it. I was at college, and one of the girl that was using it, she was mostly doing a lot of like photo alterations and painting onto stuff like that. Lots of beautiful color stuff. Lots of beautiful different effects. Just gorgeous stuff.
Isn't it amazing what they did with a program that was never meant to even do all the stuff it does?
Yeah, like she was adding like fiery angel wings onto photographs of herself and made the background look like it was some kind of fiery landscape. And oh yeah, it was just awesome.
Photo bashing, man. Yeah. Layers, yeah, because all amazing all the things you can do with layers. Remember, we were just talking about that not long ago when we were sitting around working on shit, if you remember. I think it was me and you that were talking about it. Getting familiar and learning, messing around with your different blending options and all that kind of good stuff. Let's see.
All right, almost there.
All right. Alrighty then. I've got to get my right colors back for, okay, there we go. Gotta make sure I get the right colors for the guy so it stays consistent across the panels. Oops. Whoa, wrong way. There we go. Going the wrong way down a one-way street, Phil. What are you thinking? I've done that once before. That is no fun.
Oh yeah.
Well, our downtown area gets real
That's
confusing sometimes with the one-way streets, man. It's like, is this? I mean, just crisscrossing that way all through the downtown. It's like, which one is the one? You turned the wrong
Portland's-
way, buddy. There's cars coming. Shit, what are you doing, dude?
Portland's really bad for that. A lot of one ways there.
One thing that they've added in around here that we didn't have forever is the roundabouts.
They've been adding those more in the city. I helped when I was doing concrete. I helped put in a couple of those. I thought they were going to be a disaster, but I was surprised on how well.
How smooth they roll. Yeah, if you got
Yeah.
them in the right place and everybody knows what the hell they're doing. Yeah,
I
it's
thought
not
it was
bad
going to
at
cause
all.
some kind of massive wreck. I was like,
Oh,
you're
me
expecting
too.
People to do way too much, and it turned out just fine.
That's what I was saying. I was surprised too. You know, like as big as the city was until they started using them, man, I was really surprised that we didn't. And then all of a sudden, over the last few years, man, they just been going crazy with putting them in, and it works really well in a lot of some of these more congested areas in the city. I like living in a city. Forget who did that song. I think it was a punk band. Yeah, man. See, Shang-Chi was so good, man, that it's still, some of those scenes are popping into my head while I'm working, man. That was really good, man. I was really impressed with that movie. I had to wait because I didn't get a chance to get out to the theaters with it, so I was waiting until they got it into our homes.
Yeah, I waited until it showed up on Disney Plus, and I almost wish I would have watched it in theaters. How good
Is
it
it-
was.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I used to like to, but theaters were cool and all, but these days, man, it just doesn't make
Well-
me never you mind. And plus, I'm Mr. fucking smoker, man. So
I do like that
Long
the
movies
comfort
would drive me nuts.
watching movies at home. Like I'm happy that I get to watch. Like I was happy I had to watch Dune at home
yeah,
since that came on HBO at the same time. I watched that one, and I'm gonna watch Matrix at home. So there is something nice about watching them at home.
it's much more. Yeah, it's more comfortable.
Popcorn's
You're
cheaper.
you're not paying a week's worth of groceries for your popcorn and a soda, and when you gotta pee, and being a coffee drinker like me, man, end up missing cool stuff because you got to get up. And yeah, these days, man, with the resolution that you get on anything at home and most of the sound stuff, man, I much prefer just to watch it in my house. Sorry, theaters. But all things progress ahead, man. You can't stop progress. I hate to say, I mean, I feel that probably down the road it's going to be like a nostalgia thing for us. It's like, I remember back in the day, you have to go somewhere to watch a movie.
Yeah, it'll be like what like the last operating theater in America kind of thing.
And they'll be going,
Yeah.
but why, Grandpa? Why do you want to do that when you can go over into the hologram room and watch,
When you could have it beamed right into your
right into your
skull
brain? Yeah.
with your Neuralink.
Yeah. That's where we're headed if Zucker Turd has his way.
I heard,
with his whole metaverse.
was reading about these Canadian Siamese twins, and
Oh,
they're
Angen, the guys that have been in the Guinness Book of World Records forever.
no
Those
these
guys, right?
no these are two girls.
Oh,
And
okay.
where their heads are connected, the memory portion of the brain is connected,
Shared? Oh, wow.
and they can share. They can talk to each other without using their voices.
Wow.
They share memories, and they can share experiences. Like if you like, they could control. One could just relax, and the other one can control all four sets of arms. Like,
That's
yeah.
creepy, man, to be a...
So
What are you doing? Stop that. I don't want to do that. Leave my hand alone. You use
what
your
was
hand.
what was interesting about it is that if we do like a Neuralink, one of the downsides or one of the effects that could happen is if everyone is connected, so we're all know each other's thoughts and we're all sharing each other's experiences,
The collective.
that the individual disappears. So like it would be like it'd be like a sci-fi story. Like all of these colony hive or connect each other through a Neuralink, and they all actually stop becoming individuals and just become like this new person, which is like a collective consciousness of all of their
We are the
minds and
Borg. You
yeah,
have
it's
been
almost like a
assimilated.
Borg type kind of thing. But yeah, it was really interesting. Yeah, these young girls can share stories. They tell each other jokes without speaking. All sorts of cool stuff.
That is interesting. That
Makes
always
great
intrigues me,
sci-fi.
the way the human brain works, man. I always like reading stuff like that.
Yeah, I'll find out their names and I'll send you a link to one of the articles I read on them. It was really, really interesting. This kind of stuff they're learning about what you can do when you link up the mind because of these two girls.
Last two girls I saw like that and connected at the head, it's like, I forget what the one does, but the one was doing like country singer stuff. So they'd go out there together, and the one would do her songs and shit.
Oh, cool. That'd be
Yeah,
a
well-
cool cyberpunk character, like a Siamese twin tech. Like they're both working on computers.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
We'll have to keep that in the old memory banks for future.
It is there. Now, whether I'll be able to retrieve it very easily is a whole nother story, man. Depends on if it stays in the RAM or gets archived into the hard drive, man. We'll see how that goes.
I'll write it down after the stream so we won't forget.
Huh, this one's still funny. Dude's all like, stop! Don't hit me in the dick. You seen that panel, right? Didn't we discuss
Oh, I love that panel. It's like, now hold on a second. She's all like, shut up, dick slap. He's like, oh,
It's like,
fuck.
I'm sorry, but I would still be saying more than,
Oh, yeah. Well, maybe he likes
Like,
it.
fuck!
He's like, oh, yeah, okay.
Ah! Arg! Poor guy. Miss Bad Iron Butterfly.
Bad lady.
She's bad, bad, bad.
Right on the jewels.
Oh, there. I might actually, if I have the time or the chance, I might go help out a little bit over at Crom this weekend, maybe
Ah.
if I can work it.
She better not try that dick whipping shit with White Devil.
Oh yeah, he
You
will.
don't
He
play
will
that
not.
shit.
He won't have that. He'll chop off a hand or something, man. You know how that goes. I think he was chopping off hands and heads within the like first 5 pages, I believe.
I think White Devil would make a great movie. Kind of like an sort of done with good special effects, but in a '70s kind of vein, or even like a
Oh
90s,
yeah, yeah.
like that. Remember that Van Damme movie where he had the cyborg girl and he had the cyborgs chasing him? And
Vaguely, man. I lost.
Oh,
I
yeah.
lost track of Van Damme movies after the initial ones. I was like, he just kicks everything. He's kicking. I want some different martial arts, man.
I
He's
thought he
Mr.
was so
Kick
cool
Everything.
until I discovered Jet Li and Jackie Chan.
Oh yeah. Oh,
Then
that's
I was
why I
like,
wasn't
oh,
about
Van
because I was
Damme's
already.
a punk.
Yeah, I knew of the Jackie before even Van Damme was on the scene. I used
didn't
to
discover them till
love
I
old
was in the
martial arts
Army.
movies. Oh, not till the army, huh?
Yeah, when I was in the Army, a friend of mine, when I was on CQ and overnight phone watching duty, he brought out his laptop and he's like, "You ever watch Fist of Legend?" And I was like, "What?" "Yeah, it's a Chinese action film with Jet Li. You ever seen a Jet Li?" And I was like, "Who?" And he showed it to me, and then from there I was hooked. I was like, Jet Li, Jackie Chan, Sammo Hung, Donnie Yen. I was watching all of them.
Jackie Chan has always been my favorite, though.
Legend of the Drunken
Well,
Master.
outside of Bruce Lee, yeah, Legend of the Drunken Master was killer. Plus, yeah, remember he was also in like that third Brendan Fraser Mummy movie, wasn't he?
That was
Or was
Jet
it-
Li.
Oh, Jet Li. Okay. What was the one around that time that had that kind of flavor, but it was Jackie Chan?
There was one called like the Enchanted Kingdom that had
Yeah,
both,
that's it. That's the
it had
one,
both
man.
Jet Li and Jackie Chan.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
That was a fun movie that should have got more love than it did.
With Jet Li, I always like my favorite was the Black Mask, man.
Ah, yes. That's a good one.
A lot of people don't even really know about that one either. It's kind of weird.
It wasn't huge in America.
Then, like I said, my favorite for knowing that, especially because knowing that it's unadulterated action with no wires or anything like that, is Ombak, man.
Oh, Unboxed great.
I watched the whole documentary of that and how all those were pulled off. They were all played live on camera while they were doing them. Like even when he was sliding, when he was running at the beginning, running away down through the city streets, and he goes sliding underneath that one truck or whatever that stopped in front of him.
Yeah.
He slides all the way underneath that. There was no rollers or anything like that, man. They just basically had some kind of pad or something, and he did that all on his own, man. Or the
Friggin'
tree
wild,
scene
man.
when they're falling out of the tree for that big race to go get the flag out the top of the tree.
Mm-hmm.
When those guys were falling, they were falling. There was no lines hooked onto them. When they hit the ground, they hit the ground
Was
with
that the one
very
that had
thin
the-
pads. Very thin pads, man. It's not like there's much to break that fall either.
Was
What
that
was
the
that?
one with the fire kick? Like they were like right at the end there, he kicks the guy, but he like sets his leg on fire first.
Don't remember. It's been a long
It
time
was on
since
Bach or
I've seen that one.
Protector did that one, and it was that was
Oh,
such a
was that like-
insane part.
Was that like 3? Was that 2 or 3? I know there's
Oh,
been
that was
3 of
the
them.
first one, first on Bach, or it was the first Protector. I can't remember.
Okay.
It was like the scene where like his leg was had gas on it, and he like sticks it in the fire, and then like does this like kick, like flip kick on this guy. And they showed in the extras where like he set him on fire, does the kick, and then he has to roll on the ground while they quickly try to put him out so he doesn't burn himself. And yeah, it was crazy.
Oh man. Now, as far as fun martial arts movie, I would have to say, oh damn it, I'm gonna lose track of
Kung Pao.
Well, that was good, but no, Kung Fu Hustle.
Oh yeah, Kung Fu Hustle was the shit.
Yeah, Kung Pao was good too. I dug that, but Kung Fu Hustle, that was one of my favorite. Do the hustle. No, Phil, bad Phil, no disco. Disco's dead. The one disco thing that I still like, though, is that the Star Wars. Remember the Star Wars one? The disco Star Wars? No. There was like, I forget even what the band was, man. But back in the day when it came out, and disco was still just about ready to disappear as the 80s hit, and it was this whole like disco version of dun, 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 dun. You'll have to look it up sometime, man. It is crazy. I would play it live if I didn't think it'd cut us off with copyright stuff, man.
They'll go nuts.
But yeah, there is a disco Star Wars song that's actually I'm okay with. I'll tolerate it. I will tolerate it because it's Star Wars, but it's interesting. You got to listen to that sometime. But my favorite with the Star Wars one is the guys dress up in gear and do the metal instrumental Star Wars stuff, man, with distorted guitars and drums and all that shit. Which you've heard that, haven't you?
Yeah.
Then they have that one break. It's like where Darth Vader gets, "Who tuned this guitar?" Where they stop the song and he's like, "Who tuned this guitar?" And then he starts force choking one of the techs.
Okay. There we go.
There we go.
I've
that
got
it?
10 pages with gray on it, and I only have 3 left to do. And then, out of those 10, 3 have shading, so then I have to do 10 pages of shading, clouds, gradients. But that stuff goes pretty quick once I have all the grays in.
Oh, hey, we have a Twitch person over here. Good evening, gentlemen. Hello.
Oh, hello.
Hello, Zephynyum. Sorry, I cannot. How about you? You take a stab at that one, Warren. Huh?
Welcome, Fanium3Y3. Good evening.
Fanium I.
Fanium 3.
It might be you might be the threes or the E's kind of thing, you know.
Oh yeah, Phantom Eye.
Kind of like what I
Phantom
do with
Eye.
White Devil once in a while.
Yeah, because probably Phantom Eye was taken, so you had the 3s in. I like that. Okay.
Plus, you know, it's all updated and hip to do it that way.
Oh, that's true. I do like the Avatar. That skull
It's-
looks pretty cool.
It's what all the cool kids are doing these days. You know, you got to use your whole leet alphabet. What? Oh shit! Is it that time for you, man?
Oh, it's getting that time, but I just dropped my pencil, but I had to go pick it up.
All
so.
right. I'll still hang out for a little bit, man. Since we got people actually watching for a minute, I'll hang out for another little bit here. But we're already, think about a good spot is usually around the 2.5 hour mark when we're doing this. And, I'm not going to do one of those 4, 5, 6 hour marathon sessions, man. Not tonight, because it's Feast Fest Eve, man. Gotta go eat all the foods and stuff tomorrow, man.
Okay. Three more there. So awesome.
Hopefully everybody's enjoying a day off, man. Getting a chance to go hang with peoples and grub some food and have a
Want
little
some
chill time.
foosball?
Foosball. Nah, not me. I'll find a cool movie or something to watch. I don't know. I think my nephew has something picked out, man. He usually does good movie picks.
Yeah, my dad and brother are gonna want to watch football. They kind of run that part.
Yeah.
I used to like watch football, but I've just not been into it lately.
Yeah, I haven't been since I got into music and art. After that was always other, off the beat, non-sports ball sports, like motocross or uphill racing or skateboarding.
I like watching bowling.
Bowling.
Yeah.
Bowling, huh?
I'm a bowling fan. I like watching it. I like bowling. Yeah.
I used to like to bowl back in the day. Hell, for a while I was even kind of addicted to bowling video games. You know how you always see those new little,
Yep.
some of the cool weird stuff, like what was that one? Rocket Bowl. Did you ever play that back in the day?
I don't think I played that one.
Had souped up weird alleys and stuff like that. One was a zombie bowling where the pins were all zombies and they would you'd roll, and how many ever you didn't knock down, then they'd kind of step forward and move forward, and then you had all these little trick balls you could use. That one was pretty interesting and fun, man.
That one sounds like fun.
It was interesting. Rocket Bowl was fun too, because just like it sounds, man, weird courses, and the bowling ball was souped up, man. And it had some interesting, like, I don't know, old school music in the background. Like, let's say like I don't know what you call it. I don't remember, but it'd almost be like something you would have heard in like you would have heard in 60s or 70s, that was more like loungy, like whatever, multi-people vocal things or whatever. Weird but interesting. I don't know how to describe that particular genre right now, because I'm in color mode, not music mode. So you know how that goes. Got to put one in the back repository of the brain while I bring the other to the forefront. Let's see, what am I doing with them here? Those are going to be Teefs. Give them some Teefs there. I had to decide if that was part of the tongue or the Teefs, but I think it is the Teefs. Add a little bit of blue. Oops, wrong brush. Ah, okay. Oh, shit. Went to use my, just flip my stylus around to use the eraser without seeing where I had how much of the opacity it is, and it straight up erased it. I only want to smudge some of it off, damn it. Is your stylus like that for your eraser? You flip it around, or do you got to pick a eraser tool and then use it?
I have to pick an eraser tool, then use it.
And what you're using the Huion?
Yeah.
It doesn't
have it doesn't have the whole eraser thing in the back where you can put that on there.
Like there you go. This one got a little bit of a spongy thing. So
now, where do you plug yours in at to charge it?
I don't.
You
That's
don't have
what's
to charge
nice
yours?
about the Wacom either. It goes totally off of magnet. Basically, it picks up magnetic grid, and it's like even the tip. It's got a little bit of a sponge to it. So basically, the harder you press, it's so sensitive enough that it's picking up that magnetic field. So the more you press, the more, and it's really sensitive too, man. Like I could like pencil shade with this thing like I would do normally.
These guys I have to charge. I have 2 of them. But this one will last me 4 days of drawing, and it only takes like an hour to charge. So I have the other ones sitting charged up, and as soon as this one stops working, I just switch them out.
Let's see yours. Let's see that one, man.
I got 2 of them.
The fisheye made that one look all bent and stuff.
Not as sensitive as the Wacom or an iPad, but still very sensitive. I mean, they're still good for the Huion.
Now, do you have
for price is the best?
Right.
Yeah.
Especially on screen for on screen price, because compared to a Cintiq there's major price difference, man.
This is a 22-inch. The newest one's 23-inch at 4K, but this was 22-inch, and at the time it was $380 plus tax, and like an iPad Pro is $1,000, and I don't even know what Wacom's start off when you're talking about drawing on screen. So you get a Cintiq for a decent price though. What, $400 or $500 for 16-inch?
No, what? No. Just a plain Wacom like what I got. If I wouldn't have got mine brand new, it would have been at least $400 or $500, man, just for the Intuos without the screen. Like I said, I look at my monitor as I'm working on the Wacom.
What's the one with that you could draw on, the Cintiq one? How much that?
The Cintiq, oh God, you're talking like about $900, $1,200 bucks.
Oh
probably.
Jesus, yeah. This is probably the best price then in town.
Now on that pen too, do you have does it have a good amount of pressure sensitivity on it?
Yeah, what is it, 1800 or 8,000, whatever. I don't know the exact numbers on it, but yeah, it has pretty decent. It has a sponginess to the tip.
Right.
Yeah, a little bit of a sponginess. The tips last a good long time too. I've only changed out the tips once since I got it.
Yeah, I really don't that much either, even though I've got more. Like, you ever seen how this... Oh, here. We'll give it a little more light. But you get this with it where you can, set your stylus either across it or down like a fountain, when you're resting it. But then if you twist this, you got this whole hub of different style tips. Shit.
Yeah, mine came...
I'm dumping stuff over here.
Like this, like a glasses type kind of case.
Here, just a minute.
Where the tips are inside here.
I'm knocking crap off my table here. Oh, let me see again. I was busy seeing what I... Yeah.
I dropped a tip. Let me pick that up.
Oh, I hate it when that happens.
They're really easy to change out, though.
Yeah, but this one, like, actually, let me, before I dump anything more, let me get this big ass tablet off my lap real quick so I can show you. Oh, okay, there we go. That's better. But see, you've got like there's some that's like got a felt feel to them.
Oh, that's cool. All my
There's
tips are
one-
just all the same. That's
And there's
cool.
one even for inking. This one. Now see there, it's kind of got like this little spring area
Yeah.
on this inking one that gives you more of that kind of feel and get that pressure feel to it.
That's cool.
But yeah, the felt ones are pretty good, and then your standards. There's an inking one. There's this little weird one that I forget what it is, but it's got a little bit of something at the tip to give it a little bit more of a feel.
Huh. Yeah, that's a lot more in depth than what the Julian offers. I see what you're getting your money now.
I just usually use the standard one though, really.
Yeah.
And the thing is too, though, the reason I like it, it's got an incredible amount of degrees of pressure sensitivity on it, man. Like I was saying, like it can be more to where when I would shade with a pencil, because I'm one of those people that just do that. If I don't usually use oh, what do you call that? I use it so little that I forget what you call it. Your little rolled up paper, your smudging tool, your what's the name of that damn thing?
Oh, son of a, I don't know. Blender?
No, it's
I don't know. I'm tired.
something like a
Stoned.
blunt or something. God, I cannot remember it
Did you
right
say
now.
blunt?
Yeah, something like something like that. But no. A blunt? Why, hey, it is the holiday weekend, man.
Oh, that's right. It's 420 somewhere.
All right, man. Bring it on over. You know, hop on the plane. Come on by, Warren, man.
Mm-hmm.
I'm game for that, man.
Holiday season, we plane, train, and automobile that.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's something like that's right on the tip of my tongue, man. That is going to bug me, man. And art people out there are going to be like, well, Phil,
It's
you're
like
terrible.
a
You...
smudging stick thing.
Yeah, but it's called something and something like blunt.
Only one thing comes to mind when I say blunt.
Oh, of course. A stump. It's just pimps. Yeah. Simple. It's just a stump.
Just a stump? Okay.
Yeah, and art stuff. It's usually like a rolled up paper that goes conical, man, and you just use it to blend. But I don't usually use those. Like I said, with pencils, I like to do it where I just go off of just going really lightly with kind of the edge of my pencil a little bit and just go in and darken it a little more and a little more till I get that flow of gradient going. Or I have a habit, like, I don't know why more people don't, maybe because maybe it's messy or they're afraid they're going to smudge, but I'll do something like, if I want to do something like a blend like that, I'll just like take my pinky and smudge across it to give it that blend, man. I don't need the damn paper thing to do it. I could see why some people wouldn't do that, because they'd be afraid that they're going to drag their finger across the page while they're working on it and put a big old carbon mark across it.
I've ruined drawings doing that, not even realizing that the entire bottom side of my palm is just covered in graphite. And then I go to move on a piece of paper and I just leave a smudge. I'm like, oh, son of a...
Well, do you ever do anything like that where you do subtractive? Like, I'll do both, where I'll blend out like that, but then I'll also come back in with like mainly this one right here. You know, with that like kind of
Oh,
rubbery,
yeah.
silicone-y
I
type
have
tip.
a bunch. I got a bunch of those and
I will-
refills, and I also have the square, same kind of material, but yeah, exactly.
And then hold it. Here you go. Then there's
Yep.
yeah. And I'm not afraid to erase, man. In fact, I incorporate that sometimes. Like what I said, man, I want more highlights somewhere after I did some shading through. So I'll come in and just lighten it up a little bit. Just pull some of that out of there, man. So usually smudges, although sometimes, though, you get a smudge. Sometimes you just can't get a good erase on some lines sometimes, man. So it's like, no. It's
I've
like,
been
why
working
won't
on
it
trying
erase?
I've been working on trying to lighten my hand up when I work pencils on paper, so that way I don't have to erase as much.
Yeah. I kind of even do that a little bit when I'm like, like when I'm working digital too, where I'll take a light opacity on the eraser, like let's say a 20%. I like to work a lot in 20% increments, man. It gives me more of that feel of like traditional style,
Okay.
especially when I'm laying down colors because, I do multiple layers, man, because I'm doing it like traditional where I'm layering color upon color and color until you build it up like you would as if you were painting and stuff,
And do you, even your digital, do you start off lighter and work to darker, or do you start off darker and work lighter since it is digital?
A little bit of both.
A little bit
Like
of
I
both?
said, I do a lot of additive. I do a lot of additive and subtractive, man. That's
Because when I do it darker, work into light. When I do
just
the
like this.
grays.
I put in almost that pure gradient, and then I came in here and I lightened, and then I came through and lightened up more, like where the nose is right there, and like across
Yeah.
the eyebrows, and on the edges of the cheeks. So you can
When
do
when
both.
I do it with Copic markers, I do opposite. I do light to dark. But when I do digital, I do dark to light.
Well, yeah, some mediums you have to do it a particular way in order to get it to work. You can't go back and forth or either way. But yeah, in digital, I do both, man. It's like, okay, add another look. Because I'll work like a lot of my brushes, a lot of times I work in 20% opacities too.
Yeah.
And a lot of time, and when I work on your stuff, I'll do it that way. That way I keep all your gray wash in there and everything.
Yeah.
I'm using opacity, so it's not a solid color. So, and usually just on a normal blending, because otherwise when I'm working a lot, I'm using multiply layers and some color burns and some overlay blending options and stuff. But like with yours, I'm using just a normal layer, but I am using like 20% opacities, for the color. So that way, when I lay it over there, it's still your gray wash comes right through that. So it doesn't, and blends it both
Yeah.
together, kind of thing.
When I do my grays, they're all just different opacity levels of black. So
Like
Joe is a 40% black opacity layer. Sig is a 20% opacity layer gray with a gray that I selected to get that tone that I like.
the best way that I can describe it is the way that I work, and I adapt it over. I don't do exactly like I might even confuse people if they watch me doing colors. Like that's not. It's like, well, I'm not doing cut and grad style either. So yeah, I'm not doing it that way. There's
Yeah.
different ways to do colors. There's different styles. There's painterly. There's cut and grad. There's cell shading. But yeah, I think basically the way I first adapted mine over is because I used to airbrush a lot, man. Regular airbrush, not digital tool. So basically, I like that style, and I like that in a lot of the older school stylistic comics that you would see, especially in European comics.
Yeah.
Mobius is a good example where you'll see when the coloring in where they're using those gradients and stuff that you've seen in old Mobius kind of stuff. That was airbrush, man. Airbrushes are great for gradients, man, because you can do that light opacity, man. You can control both the oh shit. Let me just I will show the pebbles because it just so happens that I've got it broke back out. I need a new compressor in order to freaking use it again. But yeah, here you go, people. This is old school way that we used to work. This is called an airbrush. And basically it's the same idea. You pulled it. Yeah, this one's actually a double action. Some of them you know, some of the even the lower grade ones and stuff, you only have a pull back and it just allows airflow. But on this one, you've got airflow and paint flow. So you can, this little, here, let me show the people. So this little lever right here. Now see down here, this is where your air hose would hook in. Your paint goes up here in this little, some of them have jars that hang underneath. This one is a top feed. So basically you got this little trigger. It pushes in and it pulls back. So this controls both your airflow and the amount of paint you release. So basically with that in mind, I adapted over a digital style closer to the airbrush where I'm using soft brushes and I'm going in like 20% opacities and building those layers up just like you would if you're doing super rendered stuff in an airbrush. And you know, and also the same as like when you see me like where I cut into areas where most people would do a flat or whatever, you know, how they do that. You know, when they're doing flats, they'll just Now, I basically with that, like an airbrush, that's what we would use. You'd have a template or you'd have this stuff called Fisk. And it was like basically like a flexible, sticky on one side kind of plasticky stuff. And you go ahead and you would take an X-Acto blade and you would cut out your form and what you're working on. And you would slap that down, and that's how you would get nice hard edges, you know, because an airbrush does a lot of soft work, you know.
Yeah.
So, and get the soft edges, you do that. So, and it's the same as what I do in digital, where I'm already masking out an area. That's what you would call it basically, is masking, you know. So I'll mask out an area in a selection in a piece sometimes, depending on how I'm working. And then I can use my soft brush at 20% opacities and work around those edges and still get my light to dark kind of feel and still get my hard edge at the edge of that, man. So it gives it more of that hard instead of soft edge on it, man.
Nice.
And yes, now I'm rambling. I'm rambling now, Warren, man. You're like, oh, great. We're at that point of the night.
We're at the rambling stage of the night.
Oh, Phil, I got to crash, man. I got to go.
Yeah, left my oven on. Gotta go.
Oh, God. Guess who's back? Here you go. Take a look. I bet you do, Larry. I bet you do. Larry says,
He's been edging all time.
I've been edging. Not that kind of. God, man. I'm going to start calling you Max, man, when you're pulling that. It's like him on stream the other night. Saw some runes. It's like, I thought it said sodomy. It's like, leave it to Max. Leave it to Max, man. So how goes the night work grind, Larry, man? You hanging in there? Nothing too crazy? Well, shit, it's just a regular weekday for you guys. You guys already had your fall feasting fest, man. Last month. I almost remember all the Canadian holidays now, man. Boxing Day. All that good stuff, man.
They got a day for celebrating boxing?
No, it's kind of like the Christmas thing, man, and the boxing,
Oh, okay.
you know, box stuff, yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about like putting on gloves.
Yeah, that's what I always thought initially. That's what it always sounded like.
I was like, wow. Canada has some awesome holidays.
Oh, dude, nothing. Coffee fucking spilled all over the court, and I had to clean it up. It was me, man. I knocked my coffee off earlier, dude. But it's quiet. Well, that's always good. Quiet's good there, man. At least that means there's not people being all loud. Innkeeper! Innkeeper! I need some ice. Oh, there you go. Boxing Day is the day after Christmas where things go on sale. Okay.
Ah, okay.
So almost like after Black Friday.
Yeah, it's like Boxing Day. Yeah, it's like Box Store Day. Okay, now I get it.
Oh, and when people bring back gifts. Okay.
You return that sweater that you got from that relative you don't see all year.
Larry didn't like his reindeer sweater, man.
Oh,
That's what it was. Wasn't it, Larry? Had a little light up nose, little jingle bells on it and stuff. I'm not fucking wearing that. So is that a Canadian thing? Do you guys do let's wear on purpose wear ugly Christmas sweaters, man? That's like a thing down here in the States anymore, man. Got to get an ugly sweater, man. Let's take a look and see if no. Everybody's just chilling for the night, getting ready for tomorrow. There was no Kickstarter action tonight, man. But like I said, man, guys, you get a chance, man, check out any of the links I left in the comments. Got White Devil that we've wrapped up. I did color work on with some bunch of really cool artists, and it's a double feature. So there's Twilight Grim in there that has a bunch of cool artists on it. Double feature flip book at the late night double feature flip book. Nah, 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 nah.
okay. Great prices, great artwork. Lots of bang for your buck. All around good deal.
Yeah, appreciate it. Yeah, appreciate you pledging, Warren, man.
Oh yeah. Now, do you think, like for the people at home, do you think running one with a holiday in the middle of the Kickstarter, would that be something you would avoid in the future yourself if you were doing your own, or?
Probably depending on what the holiday was. Like I definitely wouldn't want to run one all through like December and around Christmas, and
Yeah.
then after that everything's kind of on a mellow slope, man, like with a lot of things, including comics. So I would definitely give it a break through like January and maybe even February.
February this year was kind of a hot year for campaigns, wasn't it? Didn't like everyone and their cousin do a campaign this year in February?
What's your feeling, Mr. Guru of the crowdfunding, Larry? What's your feeling on holidays, man, and running campaigns? I'll read some of his other stuff while I wait for a response. Undesirable. That's what we'll call it. Less than desirable. How about that? The general Niobe taglines. Which if you get a chance, man, Larry and Niobe Comics, he does some channel stuff. He does like bite-sized news over there where he talks little bits about whatever's in the atmosphere of in pop culture at the time. Niobe and Friends, where on Sunday nights where a lot of us will show up when he's doing those. And also you can now, like as December 8th, get Exciting Comics number 17 from Antarctic Press. Niobe will have her premiere in that book, and there will be more Niobe coming through Antarctic Press in the future, so keep an eye out. You can get that straight from your store.
Is
Straight
that
from the brick and mortars. It's in the previews.
Randy
It can be
Green
ordered.
cover, right?
The Randy Green crowd. Yeah, I'm
Rich
pretty
Blade
sure that.
Frame.
Yep. And there's another one coming up that I believe is a Weldon.
Yeah,
Weldon
the
cover.
Angel cover, the beautiful cover.
With Dan the Man Olvera on the colors on that one. That's my favorite cover. I really like that one that's coming up. They're all cool, but that one, that Weldon and Dan one. I really like that one.
Larry did a relaunch of that cover on this last Kickstarter, or was it Indiegogo? I can't remember. No, Kickstarter, and I picked it up. He had it as an add-on, and I snagged that up as soon as he did. That one, yeah, I love that cover.
Yeah, but as far, like I said, as far as like from what I gather, hanging out with all the crowdfunders since I did, like I said, I ran into all this just unexpectedly when I ran into everybody, and it was from doing the online con every weekend through live online cons all like every once a month on the weekend, man. And getting to help co-host and interview a bunch of people. Hell, that's where I ran into all you guys at. That's where I ran into you at. That's where I ran into Larry at. That's where I ran into so many cool comics people at, man, that luckily I still stay in contact with and you know, they're good peeps. But yeah, no problem, Larry, man. That's a good book, man. Everybody should get a chance to check it out because I'm sure they would like it. And you've got some good stuff planned, man. We got the inside scoop, man, and he's got some of the Niobe heading in a really cool direction, man. So you can kick it off in Exciting Comics number 17, December 8th.
While it is hot. And get some what's going to soon to be really rare covers.
Yeah, well, yeah, because every time he does a campaign and he has those variant special covers with people like Randy Green and all those good, you know, those good art cats, that he ends up finding them on eBay where flippers flipping them over there for like twice the price that Larry even put it out there for. And it's funny because Larry was toying one time. He's like, man, all right, that's it. I'm out flipping flippers. So he put up those same covers that he had left around yet out of his stock, and it's like. And he undercut the Flipper, man, so people still got a pretty cool deal, man, and they didn't have to go through Flipper. That's how you do it. Yeah, it's really interesting. I'm liking seeing, like, I see this new life getting breathed into Antarctic Press, man, and it's really interesting. I'm really excited to see where it goes, man.
Yeah. Well, it's one of the great things about the all around about the indie scene is all the love in the books.
Yeah.
You know, like even with like Shang-Chi, watching that, like you could see it was people who loved martial art films, who loved that history, and it was just, you know, it would just made the film that much better.
Yep, that's right, Larry. This is the way.
This is the way.
Okay, look at me slacking. So you're cranking away, and here I am just running at the mouth, man. Now it is, if I'm talking a lot, it means I'm not getting my work done, as we say. Not too bad. I wasn't going to do a real heavy regimen of it tonight anyhow, since it is the holiday and stuff, but I figured, you know, I at least want people to see that, you know, we are already working on issue 2.
Well, you know, in the crowdfunding environment, it's good to show people that, you know, that the project is you know, has some bigger players behind it. They know what they're doing. They've done it before. It's not, you know, not the first time stuff. Yeah.
Silverline is not new to the comics game, man. They have lots of good stuff with lots of like talented artists, man. I'm still astounded that they brought me on, man. I mean, that's a cool thing, man, because these people have been doing comics for a while, and a lot of the different books that we've all read and stuff, man, and be able to work with some of those guys is just, it's humbling, man.
Oh, I can imagine.
We'll go through that since it's been a minute, man, to give everybody a look that may not have seen earlier on. And there is the White Devil Twilight Grim double feature, man. where you will get two books in one book, in one actual book, one story through one half and one on the other. You just flip it around, just like it was two books that got stuck together, man, even with their own covers and everything. So you're getting twice the bang for your buck. You're getting two stories. Twilight Grim. There's the covers. There's the digital covers. There's the flip book covers. Then you have the variants. This one with cover A for White Devil. I'm not sure. I need to know more about Twilight Grim, but I can tell you about White Devil. And the thing that's here, what you see here, what you see on this cover, the cover A, the main cover, what you see on the cover is what you get inside the book, because we are the same artists, Some people are very adamant about that they want the cover to be a good indication of what it looks like inside, not like, that cover, and why doesn't the interiors look the same, But here's one of the variant covers, man. Mike Lanning, Mr. Floramonte, and myself. Quentin Bedwell on Grimm, and Mr. Rennick and me on that cover. And
that used to upset me. I don't get pissed off at it as much at all now, because I understand now. But
what's
before, that? You buy a book and then you open it up and it's nowhere near what the cover art was. Now, it's like that used to be when I was younger. I was like, "What the hell?" But now I understand. But
yeah, because that cover is what it's like. That's what first grabs your attention, and that's what you want to see inside there, man. Now, I think the main cover I think should usually be like that, but the variant covers, I'm okay with them being different, man. But your cover A, man, that's the one that should match your inside, your interiors. But then outside of that, not with the variants. The variants make sense to have, different flavors and everything you got going on and stuff. But yeah, there's some of the interior pages on White Devil. Got like the first 3 there. That was by all this art here is by Mr. Jackson, or the stories by R.A., R.A. Jones. He's co-creator of Bulletproof Monk. He's worked on Run the Green Lantern. He's worked at Dark Horse. He's worked at Image. He's been around a while, and he's also the one that did the story for the other IP on the flip book, Twilight Grim. So that's really cool. It's the same writer on both books in this one, so I really dig that. But yeah, this one is Mr. Rennick on pencils, Mike Keeney on inks, and me on the colors, and Mr. Belcher on the lettering. So that's like the first 3 pages to give you a taste. We're not going to give you too much, man. It's a 24-page story, so 4 is a good little primer for you. If the book was longer, then we'd probably give you a little more, like Max does with his books, But he's running, his stories are running like 40-some pages, so of course he's going to give you a few little more peaks. But yeah, and there's one of the secondary character, I guess, or main character outside of White Devil, which is Samai, which she's part of the story through the 4-issue run. So you're looking at cybernetic samurai post-apocalyptic action with some dragons, sci-fi fantasy. I do like that. Somebody deemed that on one of the other streams when they're talking about it. This is cyber samurai.
Cyber samurai, nice.
You can do add on lots of good stuff. Some original commission work. The artist from White Devil, you can get some commissions from, limited to 4. There's some original art you can get if it's not already gone, much like that nice homage cover by Mr. Butler and Mr. Floramonte. Jackson Rennick cover, Mike Keeney on the inks. and some of the original pages of White Devil that are still available. And we also have the same down here with Twilight Grim, where you can get some of the original art pages. And you will have the only original piece. And then a collection of all the other books in the catalog over at Silverline, which if you want to catch up or any of them grab your attention, that you can use as an add-on and also get any of those books along with your pledge. And there you go. The creators, R.A. Jones, the writer, Rob Davis, artist, Mickey Clausen on colors, and Mike on letters for Twilight Grim and White Devil. R.A. Jones, the writer, Jackson Rennick, that hippie dude Phil, and I won't say hippie dude, it's like that metalhead.
The metalhead.
Got to be a metalhead if you're doing White Devil, you know. And Mike Belcher on the letters. But yeah, there's just a quick rundown through there again, which, so yeah, there we go. We can do the pledge, 18 or more, you get the double feature tangible, in your hand issue. There's still 3 left on the early bird. You got 3 left on the early bird, which saves you $3. Retailer bundle. If you're a retailer, take a look through there. There's lots of different options. 45 will get you the completist, which means you get the flip book. You get individual copies of the A cover of both Twilight Grim and White Devil. You get the B covers with, individually, not in the flip book form where they're individual, of the cover B of White Devil, and you will also get the retro covers, which is inside interior inks or interiors are black and white, because it's retro, and all that line work in both of those really holds up on their own too. So that's cool to have that along with it. Name on the thank you page, and you get digital versions of the comics with that. So that is really best bang for your buck. You get a whole lot there, man. And yeah, that's enough about me rambling on about White Devil. But White Devil, the link is White Devil.
It does sound like an Anthrax song. Not Anthrax, but Iron Maiden song.
Like I said, yeah, man, I saw White Devil. They opened up for Anthrax back in '87, man. They rocked the house. Not any of that poser metal either, man. It was metal. It was real metal, not that poser, not that poser metal like Bon Jovi. Wasn't that Hairspray metal, man? Or what has it been known as now? They call it.
The album was awesome.
Yeah. Well,
shot through the heart. Bad name.
It's like you're the exorcist throwing holy water at me, dude. Oh, it burned. It burned.
Down on a bed of roses.
Cause I'm a cowboy on a steel horse I'm
Oh,
riding.
don't get me started on that song.
Cause I'm wanted.
If you had any viewers, they're gone now.
No, we picked up one more.
Oh, wow.
Hey, they're right there with me. Bon Scrody, blah, blah.
Oh, you guys are just haters.
Larry. White Devil. You got to say it right. Say it like Chris Jericho. Hey, PSG. Blue shirt guy. What's up, Andy, man?
Hey, what's up?
Should have had me. Dude, if you want to drop on for a minute, man, we are just screwing around tonight, basically. We went through stuff, and we've been doing a little bit of drawing, man. Warren's over here working on his Sig and Joe series, man. You want to drop in, dude? I'll stick around for a minute more if you want to just come in and fucking... Okay, cool. Warren's like, what are you doing? I thought we were wrapping up, man.
It's CP time.
I'm not going to lie, says Larry. I just had Andy on the show for the first time, and it was phenomenal. Hold on, Andrew. Let me find you in my messenger real quick. Have you met Andrew before? Have you met Blue Shirt Guy, man?
No.
Well, here's your chance, man. Andy's a cool guy. He does some live streaming, man. Talks about pop culture and comics. All right, dude. It's in your DM, dude. Oh, looks like Tom was live earlier tonight, slinging some books. Okay, don't get sidetracked, Phil. Quit looking through Facebook.
I got a problem getting sidetracked by TikTok.
Tick tock goes the clock. Do 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 do. Tick tock goes the clock. I don't know. That was some old hip hop from the 80s. I can't remember what it is exactly. Oops, let me make sure I sent him the right. Because I have the regular chill room open in another tab. You didn't send him the one
to the old room, did you?
To the chill room. He'd get all scared being in there if we all came in, when we all come in, man. The behind the scenes chill room it gets pretty crazy in there, man.
What happens in the chill room
stays in the chill room. Zen Den after hours. Let's see. I'm going to know right away if I say, oh, okay, I hear him. Hold on. Closing tabs, getting back over there. I heard you pop in. Hey, it's BSG. What's up, bud? What's up with you tonight, dude?
Hey, what's up, everybody?
Things and stuff. What you been into tonight, Andy?
This is my second show of the night, so clearly. Been doing plenty of celebrating for the holiday, man? I got an X out of my interview being open, but yeah, no, so it's kind of crazy. It's a crazy night for me.
Did you have
Was it phenomenal?
Hey, you got to stop with that shit, man. You got to stop with it.
I'm just reading Larry's comments, man.
You got to stop with that, too.
Let's see. Pete is sexy as fuck.
You got to stop with that, too, man. I'm not in the mood.
I got to read the comments. You know how it is. You podcast, man. You're like, no, you don't. No, you don't.
So it's oddly enough where...
But that fits perfect, though. I was podcasting tonight, and it was phenomenal. That's a good one, man.
I was on a podcast, and unfortunately, I misread the comments because we touched on a very sensitive topic with me, and we wound up... I made a poor misjudgment on it.
Uh-oh.
And, you know, certain topics like China from WWE are very sensitive for me as a business and as an entity, and I just made a bad call. We were all drinking, and it was one of those circumstances.
See what happens, man? See what happens?
But you know what is certain things from when you make business decisions. Hey, look, I'm trying to protect my audience. I'm trying to protect my brand. And it's a complicated problem because you end up in a situation where you're saying, hey, you know, and you don't make a wrong decision. You just make a wrong decision in the moment.
Yeah.
I don't know how to explain that any other way. I'm very humble about it.
I've been live many times, brother. You learn certain things like how to change the subject very quickly. How to not bring up certain comments during your podcast.
it
It'll be
wasn't
like
even-
people will be getting into that, and they'd be like, "Yeah, there was this, that, and the other political this or that or whatever," and then it's like, "Oh, hey,
yeah.
and about that book, man, let's talk about that
they
book."
were talking about Gina Carano and Ronda Rousey. It's just say, hey guys, hey look, China's a very sensitive topic. I was supposed to interview her. Fortunately, she passed away before I got a chance to interview her, and I should have just left it at that and backed that out of the conversation.
Yeah, that's generally the way you do it, man.
Unfortunately, I was a little bit intoxicated. A variety of other people were intoxicated, and well, you know,
Well, who was heading up the stream?
it wasn't me. It was just
Yeah, whoever's heading up the stream is usually the one that should be curtailing that a little bit, man. In my opinion,
They should have been aware that I had a relationship, and unfortunately, it was one of those circumstances where I'm at fault because it's just that, hey guys, look, I don't want to talk ill about the dead. I think I defended well. I don't think it was a bad, 2 hours that I was on that podcast. That topic just did not end well for everybody in between, and I'm not happy with it. I don't think they're happy with it.
especially on the holiday times, man. You want to keep stuff light, man. Especially in comics talk and stuff. Who wants to, unless you're talking about what Batman did recently, you don't want to go too dark on a comic show,
it's
man.
a very sensitive topic because when I was supposed to interview China talking about her documentary that came out, I was technically supposed to be at that premiere, and well, she passed away before that. It's a very sensitive topic for me, and it's not something that I handled very well, and so I'm very not happy about the circumstance. And that happened about 25 minutes ago, so I'm very raw from this entire circumstance, and you could talk. I mean, my tonal in this voice when I'm saying it, I'm very not happy about this, the way I handled it. I'm pissed at myself. I'm frustrated. And the conversation that ensued was very political. Obviously, I was in disagreement with a lot of people. And
I always curb that. If I'm doing a live stream, and especially with a name like the Zen Den, we don't do that stuff here, man.
So
that is something that's a no-no, man. We talk about cool, fun stuff. We talk about comics. We talk about.
So sorry to interrupt you, but the political stuff was fine to talk about, and we were in disagreements about certain things. But the China thing and all that stuff. And
so was this a political podcast?
It was a very political podcast, but then
that's what it was. It's like, here's our political podcast. Come watch us.
And that wasn't the issue that I had.
I'm saying, here's my question. What was the podcast? What was the theme of the podcast supposed to be?
It's very political, and we were having a conversation about politics, and obviously.
So it is a podcast that's meant to be like that. That wasn't like a comics podcast, and all of a sudden it went that way.
Yeah, but the China thing caught me off guard, and I made a wrong judgment call. And I wasn't concerned about the political side of the component. The China thing and talking about WWE China caught me off guard because obviously I have a very complicated relationship with that, and that's where it went sour. It didn't go sour because I slightly disagree with everybody on the podcast. That wasn't the problem.
Here's a better note, man. Here, let's get you associated. Have you heard of White Devil, Andy?
I have not.
White Devil is a book I work on over at Silverline Comics.
I know Silverline.
We have
Roland. Man, it's great.
Yeah, Roland. That's right, man.
And
so we're doing a double feature, man. White Devil with Twilight Grimm.
I know. John
R.A. Jones wrote both of these books, man. He's like co-creator of Bulletproof Monk from Image Days. Worked on Green
Roland's
Lantern.
Been on twice.
Yeah, see, there's Roland right there.
Yeah, Roland's great. I love Roland. I just want to clarify that the China thing just caught me off guard, and very, very sensitive to certain topics, and we all are. And I probably should have just said, hey guys, look, the China thing, if you guys want to sort of shit on Ronda Rousey, Gina Carano, be my guest, I should have probably just backed out of the conversation. But unfortunately, I was drinking, and what else shit happens.
yeah. It's not really a good idea to get too drinky if you're going on a live stream, man.
I thought that we were just going to talk about politics, and unfortunately, the China thing just hit.
I don't know.
too close.
Politics and getting too drinky doesn't sound like
So,
a good mix for a podcast.
It's not the problem is that if we just stuck to policy, I think it would have been fine. Unfortunately, in certain circumstances, we all have certain issues where we get very sensitive, and they just hit a component that just did not end well. If we were just shitting on Ronda Rousey and Gina Carano, there would have been no problem. They touched on a topic that is ultra sensitive to me, and whatever reason, it just got fucked up. So there you go.
There you go in a nutshell.
It's weird where I don't think anybody wants to shit on China from WWE, but it just created a massive problem for me.
Now, see, the only thing that gets sensitive with White Devil is he doesn't like mad scientists, man, because they've been doing some messed up stuff, man.
I agree.
And he's creating cybernetic things going on, man. He's got his little dragon cohort that is kind of gives him a conscious, man.
I'm sure
he's like basically a hired merc. He's a hired merc, man, that's kind of having a change of heart, man, as he's going through this little story.
All I know is, unfortunately, I'm right now broke until December 2nd or 3rd because I don't get my next paycheck till that date. So I'm not backing anybody's comics till that date.
Yeah, well, you can always share it out, man. You can share the link, man.
I will.
There's always a secondary, nice little appreciated bonus, But yeah, there's some of the.
Barney said sharing is caring.
Hey, look, I'm an interviewer. I got at least 3 interviews scheduled for November 2nd and 3rd. I have a potential 4th, so whoever wants that slot, reach out to me.
Hit me up. I could use it for this campaign, man. We have 10 days left to go on this one, man.
Hey, it works. At least you're nice to me, I mean, at the end of the day, all I want is somebody to say thank you. That's all I care about.
Yeah. Andy's cool. We have fun with Andy, but it's all in good fun, man. Andy's a cool guy, man.
I mean, I'm getting sick and tired of me fucking up once. I'm going to be very honest. Where I have the right to get completely fucked up and just go unleashed. Every once in a while, and I'll have BSG follow me for life.
Yeah. Hey, it's all good, man. That's we give you a nickname, man. We like you, man.
This is my shirt, guys. It's on Pro Wrestling Tees.
You did blue shirt tonight. All right.
This is actually my official.
I would have thrown mine on too.
This is my official shirt. So you can actually buy this shirt of my little elf logo holding a steel chair with Pop Anime Comics next to it. So if you actually want to support what I do, go on ProWrestlingTees.com, Pop Anime Comics, and you can actually buy this shirt. And I would appreciate that. I make $6 on your shirt, so please buy this shirt because I need it.
You heard it straight from Blue Shirt Guy, man. Get your blue shirt going, man.
Somebody else, I don't know if somebody else has this actually in wrestling right now, BSG. I mean, you guys might be advertising a whole nother wrestler and not even supporting me, which is ultra offensive because you're going to make
all our
me.
People know BSG is Blue Shirt Guy, man, and you are.
Well, there might be somebody else who has that.
And it fits perfect too. Have you seen Free Guy yet? The movie Free Guy?
I have not. I'm the worst.
And he's in the video game world and stuff.
Hey,
and I saw where this is not where it came from, but it matches up, man. They were calling him Blue Shirt Guy in there a few spots. And I'm like, Andy is Blue Shirt Guy, man. As I was watching some of that movie.
I mean, I should bring the fight to Ryan Reynolds, right? I mean, clearly,
there you go.
It's a war.
So nice, though.
Mano hermano, who gets to use the BSG fight moniker?
We should make this about Deadpool, right? Because after all, what a fight that would be. It's not like Ryan Reynolds is Deadpool. God forbid.
No way. Not at all.
No way. And we might as well suit Mint Mobile at the same time. God forbid.
Aviation Gin.
Do you guys ever catch Ryan Reynolds' little silly video clips he throws out there all the time, man?
That guy is
Those are
beast.
funny, man. He's great. Yeah, yeah.
I mean, he's a great entrepreneur. I mean,
he
obviously,
just seems like an overall good guy and pretty easygoing, man. Really.
he seems like the type of guy that you want to be a greedy capitalist. Like, I'm just gonna say it point blank. I mean, he owns Mint Mobile. He married Blake Lively from Gossip Girl, and Deadpool's fantastic. He stole a costume off of Deadpool, and they did nothing against him because he's an executive producer, so he stole from himself. And he was in the Pokemon movie, so God forbid, how can you hate Ryan Reynolds?
Everything
What was
he
the one they
touches
did?
right now turns to gold.
And
Like,
plus,
you
whatever.
can't miss.
Yeah, what was he in recently? He was in something with Will Ferrell, right?
Oh, Red Notice. And
Yeah,
I
because there was
gotta
a
say,
couple. They did some funny ass shit where they were scheduled on one late night talk show, and the other showed up in their place, and vice versa on one of the other talk shows where they're like,
Really?
"It's Ryan Reynolds," and out comes Will Ferrell,
I mean,
and Will Ferrell.
it's great with The Rock and Ryan Reynolds. I mean, come on. And Gail Gadot. I mean, how can you lose? And they did a great position with WWE where they had a whole thing with like Cleopatra's egg and all that shit. I mean, brilliant.
Let's see.
A
What
good
about?
twist ending too. I didn't. I'm not going to give it away, but at the ending, there's a little twist, and I didn't guess it, and I'm usually pretty good at that. And I thought that was a pretty good little end there at the.
So it was
Red
pretty
Notice.
good. I haven't checked it out yet. I've heard that
I
they
I
use a
really
lot
did.
of like they didn't forge any new ground. Like it kind of has a little bit of the trope stuff in it, but it was still fun to watch.
Well, yeah, really, it's driven. It's driven by Ryan Reynolds, The Rock's performance, like the way they work off of each other. Ryan Reynolds is kind of doing a Deadpool. He's doing Ryan Reynolds, but he's doing it. He's doing it real well. He's refined it to where it's not so the same thing every single time. The Rock is doing his usual charming self. Great action, good pacing on it, good humor. It is a little bit, stereotypical, but at the same time, though, it's not. It doesn't shy from it, and it does a good job.
And it works for the genre, basically,
Yeah,
right?
it works.
You-
It works really well.
Because I haven't seen it yet, and obviously I just watched Survivor Series, and they were sort of playing off a Red Notice, and it's The
Yeah.
Rock's 25th anniversary since he debuted it in WWE. Survivor Series, obviously 25 years, and respect to The Rock for being around in wrestling for so long and sort of having a start, but obviously I'm gonna watch it probably tomorrow or Friday at the latest. And I'm excited to watch it because I like Gal Gadot in a lot of ways. I think she's pretty good, and I enjoyed Wonder Woman. And I'm a fan of Ryan Reynolds and Wonder Woman, and who can't hate The Rock?
If you have Netflix, it's well worth it. I would highly suggest it. It's a fun movie, and I don't think it's a waste of time at all. At the very least, you'll just have a good time watching it.
I mean, I just enjoyed Cowboy Bebop on Netflix.
I watched the first 2 episodes so far, and I'm digging it, man. I don't care what anybody says.
Did you
No,
watch?
I watched the
Arcane
series
yet?
and dug it back in the day, and I like the live action. I have
Yeah.
no complaints, man.
I mean, the way I describe it is John Cho is embracing Mark Wahlberg.
Oh
In a lot
yeah,
of
he well, nah, I don't
Have
know,
you-
man.
have you
He does his
seen-
own thing.
No. Have you seen The Gambler? Either
No.
you see The Gambler, legitly, word for word, you can put Mark Wahlberg in the first 4 episodes of Cowboy Bebop live action and John Cho, and I'm like, man, he's doing this as a slaying demon, man. He's killing it, and this is a role fit for John Cho, and I gotta say, hey, he's slaying dragons, and I don't think the Netflix Cowboy Bebop replaces the anime, but I don't think it's a bad position.
But it doesn't take away from it either. Yeah,
I agree.
It doesn't replace it, but it doesn't take away from it. It's been fun so far. All I know, seen the first 2 episodes, and I like it. It's got a cool flavor to it, man. It's almost
I'm
got
not-
like a retro
I was going to
70s
hesitate
feel, a
on
little bit of a
watching
new.
it, but since you guys said such great things about it, I will check it out.
I mean, I've thoroughly enjoyed. I watched the entire thing. I'm curious where they're going with season 2, and I'm stoked for December 7th, where the novel comes out for the prequel to the Netflix series, and December 8th. And I'm working out getting somebody who's worked on the book on my show on December 8th, and I'm super excited for that. Who's worked
For
on
which one? For what?
The comic that's based off the Netflix series. And
Well,
we're
they're
working.
doing a prequel comic?
So they're doing a comic. I don't know where the comic goes, actually. I don't know
Oh,
if it's an
okay.
accessory or if it's a prequel, but there's a prequel novel that's written by one of the staff writers on the show.
Oh, okay, cool.
Oh.
Coming
okay.
out on December 7th, that's a prequel. And December 8th is the, I don't know where that fits in. So I don't want to speak on that because I'm not 100% sure. But I'm
Right.
excited for where it's a 4-issue miniseries by Titan Comics. And I will only say this on Titan Comics. Brilliant positioning for Titan Comics. Because Titan Comics has Blade Runner, and they have a few
Yeah,
other
they got
things.
some good stuff. Yeah, they do.
And the Cowboy Bebop acquisition of even if it's a 4-issue miniseries, brilliant, because that's going to make them millions. It's going to make them millions of dollars, no question about it. I'm expecting as a comic book investor, big speculation on it, because you have people who are like Art Gem doing cover A and cover E, which is a black and white version of cover A on that book. And when you bring Art Gem into a cover, it's no bullshit because Art Gem charges $2,000+ per cover at this point. So
Who is it? Who it does?
Stanley Art Gem, I don't think it's Lau, I want to say. He charges $2,000+ for
Ow.
Yeah.
Wow.
He's worth every cent of that, by the way. I'm not going to kid you guys on this position. He's worth that money. And he charges bank on it. And so, I mean, he's worth it.
Hell, I don't even think one guy that we know that has a Simon Bisley cover. I don't think he even paid that much for Simon Bisley.
Are you talking
dude.
about Ozzy Longoria?
Yeah.
I love Ozzy. Ozzy's good to me, man. I love Ozzy. Ozzy's been very generous to me. I have a good relationship
I
with
love
Ozzy.
that he got Bisley in there. Bisley is one of my favorite.
Who's the
artists.
person who encouraged him? Me and Ozzy spoke, and I'm more than freely to talk about this. I said, hey, you got to mention Simon Bisley on every post you make.
Oh, of course, definitely, man.
I was the
I've been
guy
a
who said, you got to
Bisley
mention
fan
this, man.
since what? End of the 80s, beginning of the 90s when he's
Heavy
doing
metal, right?
covers and shit. Yeah,
The
a War
heavy
Machine.
metal.
His
I
one
mean-
series he had in there, War Machine, was killer, man.
I mean, I love Kevin Eastman, too, and Kevin Eastman ran that thing for a while. And I was lucky to get Kevin Eastman on my show. I mean, I haven't gotten Simon Bisley, but
And plus, Bisley's a metalhead, so I give him even more. Props.
I read heavy metal. I'm not saying I'm a huge heavy metal fan, but
No, I'm saying like heavy metal, the music, yeah, not just doing the magazine, but he's a metalhead as
Oh,
far
yeah,
as
yeah.
music goes. Yeah,
yeah, absolutely. And so, like, I was the one who encouraged Ozzy, saying, you got to mention Simon every freaking which way you can and get Simon to, and make posts about this because this is what's going to make the Sorcerer and I can't think of
Sword and the Sorcerer.
Yeah,
It's
thank you.
based off of the 80s
movie.
80s fantasy movie, man, that I
Yeah.
watched many times growing up, man.
Because Ozzy's been on my show twice, and there's a reason why I backed Ozzy's project, Doomsday TV. And even though I didn't really have the money to back it, I did it anyway. And I prayed that I was going to sort of sell shit on eBay to cover it, and I did, thank God. But I love Ozzy. Ozzy's been on my...
Yeah, he's a cool guy, and that book looks good. He does great art, man.
Unfortunately, I didn't back that project, but Ozzy's been on my show twice as a solo interview, and then the third time was my comics hangout with everybody, where obviously Larry took over, which It's always a good time. But
I've actually I've got to talk to him because we talked a little bit about that he's doing something to do with an anthology sometime in the future with the Sword and the Sorcerer, and I'm hoping that we can work on something together on that.
yeah, no, I think he's got a winner right there, and I'm rooting for him deeply, and I'm looking forward to what Ozzy produces because I'm a huge fan of what Ozzy does, and I just came across him weirdly. That's how most of my relationships go at this point. Is I just come across people. I'm like, hey, yeah, sure, let's do it. And
I ran into him on a stream, and then we hung out in the backstage area after the show, and we got to talking about some stuff, man.
My relationship
cool guy
with comic people are super weird. I mean, my relationship with Paul Levitz is a very odd relationship, where he was a professor of mine, and he was a teacher of mine. He was granting me a grade in college, and then I said to him, "Hey, after we finish this semester, can I interview him?" Got to interview him in his house. I mean, you want to talk about a weird experience, and then obviously when you say, "Hey, I'm doing Paul Levitz," I reached out. He mentioned Howard Cruz to me, and unfortunately, Howard passed away, and I got to interview Howard Cruz about the gay comics movement and Comics X, and that's a crazy and fantastic interview where Howard is talking about his daughter as a gay man, and you want to talk about complicated issues and issues in Alabama and things that are going on. I mean, Stuck Rubber Baby, and I'm not happy with that interview either.
Oh, hold it! You did one cool interview recently, didn't you? Didn't you do a Ben Dunn interview? Didn't you?
That's the second interview I did with the Ben Dunn.
Yeah, and Ben is cool, man. Over at Antarctic Press.
Yeah, no, that was the second interview I did with him.
Antarctic Press, where you can pick up Exciting Comics number 17
and 18 and 19 and 20.
Yeah, with the premiere of Niobe.
I know Larry Higgins book. Larry Higgins getting introduced into the Antarctic Press entity and what's going on with that. But let's not talk about Larry. Let's talk about Ninja High School. That's the real play right there. So Ninja High School is way cooler than anything that's coming out. I'm stoked for it.
And if I remember right, Ninja High School started on the Eternity imprint, didn't it?
Yes, I believe it did with Robotech.
Do you know that's where White Devil originally came from?
I did not know that. I did not know that.
It was an Eternity. It was under the Eternity banner, and I think Evil Ernie was too when it first came out.
That's kind of crazy because I know my somebody who's been very nice to me, Scott Lobdell, is writing Evil Ernie right now.
Yeah. Evil Ernie's what? Where's it at? Is it at Chaos now? Coffin?
No, it's at Dynamite.
Dynamite. Okay, Dynamite. All right.
And Scott's been very generous to me. And I got a release on my other show, Pop Anime Comics Lounge, that Scott Lobdell interviewed with me, and him went for like about 2 hours. And I had a whole battle plan, and let's just say that went to shit. But Scott's great. Scott's been very encourageous of me. I met him at a Poughkeepsie Con, and he basically gave me a copy of Teen Titans for free. I said, "Hey man, keep writing." He signed a copy for my dad for free, and I was speaking to him for about an hour and a half. So I brought him a foil Generation X, and it's kind of weird when you bring people old stuff and like, oh snap, like this is 20 years old. Yeah. I haven't seen this book in a long time. I brought Dave Finch at a Comic-Con when I used to live in DC, a Cyberforce #1 foil edition, and there's a line behind me, and he's just thumbing through it, saying, "I wrote this page." And me and him had a 20-minute conversation while the line was hold up, and his handler was that knew to back off. It's kind of a crazy world, you know. So I've been very fortunate that I'm lucky, and I understand how to handle certain things. And then Dave Finch drew a little stinger on my book that I was getting graded, which increases the value.
Oh yeah, definitely.
And he did it for free, and I was like, "Oh snap! Like I didn't ask you to do this. He just drew a little bat symbol." And according to CGC, which is kind of crazy, a full-on sketch and a small little stinger are counted as the same.
Oh, now
Oh,
do you
that's
still
cool.
you have a book coming up, right? Don't you have a
I
book coming
I
up?
don't have a book coming up. I was funding my podcast on Kickstarter.
Oh, okay, all right.
And I don't know where I'm standing on that right now. I'm gonna decide in the next 5 days, and I don't know where I want to be right now on that issue. The Kickstarter is relatively written. A few modifications need to be done, but I might need, if I want to pursue that, I need to put in place a lot of positions. So I know certain people like Santine Phoenix and Danielle Di Nicola who anybody in D&D knows who Santine Phoenix is. That can't speak today. And cosplay world, people like Danielle Di Nicola, she just did a shoot with Jessica Nigeri, and I have a close relationship with her. And people like Nikki Zoll, who is a former bikini and Hooters model, I have a close relationship with her and a variety of other people. But I don't, and so I need to set up how I can help them and they can help me and all sorts of stuff going on. But I don't know if I'm going to pursue this Kickstarter thing or if I want to build out a marketing full company come February and rather take market share away from Kickstarter, which I'm debating if I want to do that or if I want to do both. I don't know yet.
Well, cool, cool. When did you say you had your next cast coming up? When do you have that open slot, dude? So I can try and remember it.
Oh man, I think I have that open slot. So my next 3 interviews, I'm actually pulling up my calendar right now. It's actually a good question. So, I have my next interview on my next 2 interviews are on December 30th. One of them's on December 1st. I have an open slot, I think, on December 1st, and then I got open slots pretty much on December 7th, 8th, 14th, 15th. I'm probably going to have an open slot on the 21st. I'm going to probably take the 22nd off, but most of my open slots are on Tuesdays and Wednesdays, 7, 9 p.m. And I get booked up quickly now. And a lot of what I do is if you want a spot, Phil, I mean, I know you very well, so you have a sort of an easier position than most people, but it's very much invitational right now. I do accept solicitations, but I'm very selective because I want people to actually give a damn. Because I do have sponsors, I'm adding more sponsors, and every interview is worth anywhere from $15 to about $35 right now per interview that I generate on my show. And I want to increase that in 2022 to about $50 to $70 per interview. And I am interested in making money on my show at this point. So, I'm very selective on who shows up on my show, who sandbags me, and who's going to generate me money. And I do have sponsorships, so I'm very selective on who matters. But since I know you, man, more than happy to have you on. And sorry for your other guests. I don't know you as well, but if you convince me, I'll happily have you on if you have a book that fits as well.
Oh, all right.
Oh, he has some good stuff going on, man. Sig and Joe, what are you working
Hey.
on now? You doing some more gray work on one of the pages?
This is the
Sell me.
last page of the first issue, and I'm getting the grays on here before I start doing the shading. And I was going to do this tomorrow, but while we're still on here, I will be working on hammering this out.
Hey, sell me
sci-fi.
on your show, on your comic that you're working on, and maybe I
It
can
is
just fit you in.
it is a sci-fi comedy epic. It has the main characters are Sig and Joe, an anthropomorphic cigarette and coffee cup, fighting off against evil corporations, bandits, and warlords with their little misfit family unit made up of the father type character, which is U-Turn. He's kind of a jack of all trades, an engineer. He's the one that collected up Joe and Sig when they were younger and helped train them. You got Marv, which is a mechanic and part of a clone race that was made to be made to help do like odds and ends and jobs, and now they're kind of just sort of floating around in the waste can moon. And you've got the evil corporation Dab, which is trying to take over all the mining and everything on the planet. So
I'm not
it's gonna
opposed. Figuring out when I can fit you in. I'm down
it's
for
gonna be
it.
a big. It's a sci-fi epic with very surprising characters with lots of action, and I want to throw in as much heart as I can. This is a passion project for me where
Hey, I'm
trying
down
to
for
learn
it.
how to learn how to make comics, and I'm just putting everything I've got into the series. So,
Unfortunately, as an interviewer, I think a lot of people don't understand is that I want people to show up because a lot of people don't actually show up. I would say that I have a 25% unshowable rate. I don't know if that's a word, but for lack of a better word, 20
Hey,
to
but
20.
you pulled it off pretty good on that one, man. When you had that happen, you put together a show with those guys. What was it, last week? You put it
That
all
was-
together
that
in
was
just a
the-
couple hours, man, and that was a good
That was-
show, dude.
That was 20 minutes to the max, and I was legitimately pulling my ass out of my head.
That ended up being a good show, dude. You pulled it off, man.
I felt it was mediocre. I was not thrilled with it. It was not a sponsorship show, which is ironic.
But it
but
was it was a fun show, man. It went well.
I thoroughly enjoyed it. There were certain things that I was not happy about it that I don't want to talk about publicly. Certain things should not have happened during that show, and all people involved know exactly what I'm talking about. So I'm not going to publicize it. That is not what I typically want to do. Moving forward, that's usually moving forward. I'll be very frank about this. That open forum creator owned show is probably once a month that I want to do it. It is something that other creators do, and I feel that I don't want to step on their toes. That's how I personally feel. I much prefer doing one-on-one interviews. That is something that I feel a hell of a lot more comfortable in.
We'll give you a little view of what me and Warren do, like from the how originated from doing the Zendan, just because we'd be drawing and it's like, what should I draw tonight? Okay, I'm gonna do this. But
I'm down for it.
this is like how Warren does, man. He does it all in grayscale.
I got no problem with Grace.
And then what he does is he'll fly it over my way and I throw some stuff on it, man. So when we work together, this is kind of what you get, man. And we've been talking about doing some stuff. We got some stuff on the back burner. We got some
I love
stuff
it.
and things.
I'll be right back.
Okay, there you go. I'll be back.
oh, it's coming up on 1 o'clock, though. I am going to have to leave us.
Yeah, let's, as soon as he gets back in, we'll kind of wrap it up because I'm about at that point too, man. We've already done over 3.5 hours. Holy shit, man. Did not intend on that long, but want to bring Andy in for a minute,
Oh, yeah.
make some introductions, bring him on the show for a minute, man. I've not had him over here yet, man. I told him I would a while back ago. Okay, let's see. You do know, we got some Niobe stuff here. You do know Ben will do a cover with Niobe and Itch from Ninja High School, right? Ooh, nice.
I want to see that one, too. He was talking about that on the show, I believe.
Sorry about that. I had to drain the seal.
Yeah, did you see that we're talking about Ben earlier? I didn't catch this, but Larry,
Who's been done again? I'm sorry.
From
I
Anarchy
completely
said-
forgot. I'm
he said-
joking.
so Larry says, you do know Ben will do a cover with Niobe and Itch from Ninja High School,
I would
right?
love if I ever produce, and there's a good chance I'm going to be producing a comic in March, and I'm going to be having a great time, and I got a great concept that I'm working out right now called Princess Party, and I'm more than happy to share that idea with if anybody's interested, and I'm looking forward to writing that book. Hopefully over the holiday season when I get a 2-week break from me doing my show, because I will be ending my second season of my show on December 19th or 20th, which means that I will not be producing a show till December 4th or the 6th. I haven't decided when I'm coming back exactly in that time period. Season 2 started on December 6th for those who are interested in knowing that. But I don't know when I'm coming back exactly, December 4th or 6th, or if I'm coming back in February at this point.
Well, if you have me pop in, well, I can always stop in, but if it's as far as talking about White Devil, we have 10 days on the campaign yet. So let's see.
I am still good. So my last day will technically be December 19th and 20th for season 2. So I can fit you in. I got a spot. I got a fourth spot.
If we have
December
3rd, that'd be perfect. That's one day before we wrap up the campaign.
The only thing is that I only have, I believe, the 9 o'clock spot open.
That's fine. You haven't learned yet. I am Nightbreed, good sir.
No. The only reason why I asked this is that because some people have weird schedules, and I
always have weird schedules, but yeah.
I might be interviewing somebody from Italy. I have to do that at 2 o'clock.
Right. Oh, I know. I do that with a lot of guys, like overseas people I know.
I'll explain. That
Warren's like 3 hours behind my time. If I'm hanging out with Rich Parada, my one bud, he's over in England, so he's like 5 hours ahead. And I used to have to look up all the time zones with all the different comic people I work with or talk. But now it's kind of like just clicks in automatically. It's like, okay, this is this many hours. Yeah,
I've interviewed people from the Philippines. I've interviewed people from Australia. I've interviewed people from England, and I've interviewed people from down in Brazil and Argentina. So I am well aware that it is a global entity.
Well, I'm saying, has it clicked in yet where you don't have to look at a world clock to figure out what the time zone is, where it's automatically, oh, they're 3 hours behind, or oh, they're 5 hours ahead, or they're an hour behind.
Sometimes I just automatically assume, say, hey, look, I usually record at night, but I'm more than happy to accommodate your time. So I'm trying to do somebody who's done a Cowboy Bebop cover for the Cowboy Bebop comic that is coming out on the 8th. And we're trying to figure out that schedule. I'm not going to say exactly who it is. It is not ArtGen per se, but it's the idea that, there's 3 other people you could figure out from that point. And, obviously I have to do 2 or 3 in the afternoon. No problem, done. Because on the 8th, it's a problem solved, but I have pretty much December 1st is open for you to come on my show, and we'll talk about whatever we talk about. And that'll solve my problem for the next week. So if you want that spot, it's yours.
I'm down for it. Like I said, man, I'm the colorist, but I'm kind of helping do some of the promotion on the book, man. I'm helping Roland out because I think Roland is doing a majority of that heavy lifting. So.
I'll be 100% honest. I've had only one colorist on my show, and that is Sanju Navagunan. And that was a very, very stoked interview. I was very excited to have him on.
And you do know I do more than color work. I've been an editor-in-chief. I put out a few books. Few books as the editor and editor-in-chief. I do pre-press where I help people get their stuff ready for print. I do illustration. I just don't get much time for it because I'm usually doing color work,
Not even what I go with. It's the idea that I interview everybody from editors to writers to illustrators and artists to colorists and so on. And I interview people who are mainstream pictures, and I wish some of these people on Kickstarter would hire me as a COO because I would put parameters on people in Kickstarters to run their comic as a business versus a comic. And I wish that more people would hire me as a big picture guy. And maybe I'm egotistical because I want a paycheck. And I will be the first person to say that. But I run my podcast like a business, and I can run your comic and anybody's comic in that sense. So I will state that. And you just heard me on the podcast a few hours ago. You may agree with me or disagree with me. You might make me feel better because you might say, hey, man, you were defending a position and then you were pretty rational where you were stating from, and the people you were having a private conversation were beating the shit out of you a little unjustifiably. So that's dig on America. Don't beat them up too much. If you agree with me politically, or if you think I was justified in my defense. But go check out that interview that I was just on, because
Yeah. Well, me myself, I keep it strictly to comics and art, man. When I do stuff, I don't veer off the path when it comes to that, man.
no, I'm the first
I've had to
person.
catch myself in the past, but and I kind of
I
had to be a
interview-
balancing factor in some of the live streams with some people in that aspect. But
I'm very, very straight up where I interview everybody, and you know, I interview people from the
well, you know what?
Comic Skate and everybody else, and from the progressive wing of comics, whatever you want to do. I've had Chuck Dixon.
Oh
on
yeah, I'm a
with
pretty
Brennan.
neutral entity, man. I don't fly a banner myself. The only banner that I fly, and I only feel that you have the flag that you should need to fly is indie comics, man. That's my
I fly
motto, man.
I'm very, very public about the banner I fly, which is MAD, which is mutually assured destruction. So if you come at me and you're trying to shoot me, I'm gonna shoot you back, and that's the way I run. And I'm very straight up about it. So if you want to gun for me, I'll gun for you. It's
You know me,
problem-solving.
I'm always stirring the pot, Andy, man. You know me.
No.
You know, I think you know how I am by now. I'm pretty laid back. I'm a
I'm
pretty
a very
laid back
straight shooter.
individual.
When people come gunning for me, expect to be shot back. I'm very public about it.
I do
but
not gun for anybody, man.
anybody in who knows and has done enough research on me knows that I have a few enemies, and they know why. And if you don't know who my enemies are, ask around, because people will answer you in that segment. And I got no problem. They know who they are. And, you know, it's not a teasing component. You guys call me BSG is not an attack. There are people who have publicly attacked me, and they know exactly who they are.
Oh, yeah.
And I'll be happy off the air to tell you who it is.
Yeah, I wish I had a moniker. Well, I do. Larry calls me Other Phil because we know quite a few. There's a few Phils in the circles that we know. So I'm Other Phil. That's my moniker.
I mean, not to put
Except
Larry
over
on.
here in the Zen Den, I'm the only Phil. There can be only one.
I'll put Larry in a position that then might slightly make him awkward. If Larry crosses a line with me, he will know where that line is. Where the second he does cross that line, if he ever does, he will know. And I will politely shoot him a message saying, "Hey, dude, you crossed the line." And
that's a good way to do any of that. I think it's so silly when people air this stuff, any of their stuff out in public, because I don't feel it does indies overall any good that way. Because an outsider not realizing that's maybe just a reader.
This is
it's basically how the saying goes. People don't want to know how the sausage is made. Keep that out of the public realm when you're talking about books, because it does not help indies when you show any kind of discourse going on in the communities.
And this is a lesson learned that what just happened about an hour ago is that I feel that I had to defend a sensitive point to protect my audience, protect my investment interest, and also potentially an employer. And people touched upon a position, and then I felt that I was attacked. And again, I'm open to criticism, but please watch Dig on America, my position, me defending China, politically. Obviously I tend to lean libertarian right. I don't think that's a secret. I'm a pretty rational human being. I'm a free thinker. I am not going to pretend to hide from any of this. If that affects your sponsorship or you want to advertise on my show, so be it. I will take the position. Joe Rogan has proven at this point in society that, people who are bold tend to win, and I am in that camp.
Well, just like I say, here at the Zen Den, we like to leave all that out the door. Leave it at the door, man. We don't do the political thing. We don't do the discourse thing. We don't do the controversial stuff, man. It's about comics and and if you're doing comics and you're not having fun with it, man, why are you doing comics?
With my interviews, and I say this openly, is that despite my position where I'm very center right, I am I've had a bunch of people on my show who I guarantee you that more people disagree with me politically, have been given more fair interviews, have been given challenged interviews, have been asked decent questions, and have not been given politicized interviews. And at this stage in the game, I give everybody, despite their political views, because all political points are tabled on my show, where we don't talk about politics. The most controversial topic we talk about on my show is how cons are being handled, how COVID is being handled, and how the future cons are going to be handled. And those are not controversial positions collectively. So, if when I view this, I am a business, and that I give everybody, and I treat everybody fairly on my
Give
show.
everybody a fair shake unless they show otherwise, man. That's basically the way to do it, man.
And I'll go further into this. Sorry to keep everybody awake here, but I spent anywhere from 2 to 4 hours building out your interview. So I put effort into building out your interviews. So I know people whose shows you appear on who don't do any prep work. I know exactly who I'm interviewing, how I'm asking their questions, and expect to be asked difficult questions on my show, but I also expect to be given a valued interview. So please, when you want to ask for an interview or I invite you on my show, show the fuck up. Because it means a lot to me, because when I'm putting 2 to 4 hours into this thing, I expect you to be there.
Oh, yeah. Believe me, I know. We're running online con like all through last year. Once a month, we were doing a whole weekend of running online cons. And there would be that thing. It's like, oh, shit, where are they? And whether it was because internet wasn't able to handle all the flow at the time or poor connections and stuff, there'd be times like, oh, crap, we can't get a hold. Okay, we have our backup plans. It's like, hey, dude, we got the spot open. Somebody's not here. You want to fill in? And boom,
I wish I was there.
They're on,
man,
showing their books, talking about their stuff.
I wish I was there, because I would happily filled in if I knew. That's all I can say.
Larry says, prep work. What's that? Oh, Larry, you're very good at off the cuff, dude. You got to understand, you are good at off the cuff, brother.
And it's not that I'm bad at it. I prefer to be straight up, and I prefer not to be caught with my pants down. I've been there twice, and I don't like not knowing who I'm interviewing. I don't like knowing who I'm interviewing, and some people are good at it. I want to have meaningful interviews that will be viewed for years to come. And that's just who I am as an entity. And
Internet
I like
is
the way
forever,
Larry
so
does
they
things.
say.
I thoroughly enjoy being on Larry's show a bunch of times. And anytime he wants me on, let me know. If I'm available, I will be there.
Cool. Oh, also, what is your time zone, man? What are you in time zone?
I'm in Eastern.
Okay, cool.
So I like to record in Eastern time zone for those who are interested.
Well, I'm just knowing for for future reference, and
you
want
just
to
want to figure
on
your December 1st. That's all.
Well, that too, yeah. Well, in general, yeah, because I like to know. I don't want to be like you're going like, hey, come by then, and I'm like 3 hours late because it's the wrong time zone or whatever. You know what I'm saying?
Most times, I'm right now technically my parents' house. They are somewhat accommodating to me. If need be, if I need to record on a Saturday or Sunday, something could be worked out. In that regard, depending on who it is. But I really prefer I typically record on Tuesdays and Wednesdays. Next week, I already have Tuesday filled up, and I legitimately only have a spot open on Wednesday. And I fill up quick. I really do, because there's legitimately a million people I can contact. And that's why you got to book me quick. Because once I fill up my 4 spots, I'm done for the week. I don't really care who you are. And there's certain people that get precedent over other people. And I'm very honest about how I feel. And it's just a business decision. I also, if you show up now 30 minutes late, I will reject you. So if you say, hey, I'm late, I'm going to 30 minutes late.
Well, hey, that figures because you're already covering that 30 minutes that they should have been there already. But nonetheless, man, we got to wrap it up because
Of course,
we've already
I'm
been
so wasting everybody's time.
4
That's what I
hours, and
do.
it's like 4 in the morning here, and I got to do turkey
it's
stuff
4 in the morning
tomorrow.
for me too. So you're Eastern too, man. I mean, I'm just sobering up and then I'm gonna go watch, some anime.
No,
and then-
Warren's lucky. You're like what, 1 o'clock right now, Warren?
Yeah, it's 1:15, but I gotta get up at 7 to start.
I know, yeah, they got
Hey.
all that
So-
stuff tomorrow.
All I'm
yeah.
gonna say to everybody who's watching me at this point because I jumped in late, go watch Dig on America. Tell me what
Yep.
you thought because I don't know if I acted inappropriately or not at this
Well,
point.
Tell
I
them
think-
about your comics stuff, man. Your comics channel show stuff.
So
man.
I'm more interested in the other side. But anyway, I'll talk about my comics.
I know you're
side.
interested, but this is comics talk on the Zen Den, man.
I'm more concerned about how I look in the public perception, but I'm joking. All jokes aside, I really don't care how I look because I know how I am as a
And
human being.
well, like I said, tell them about your comics channel,
So-
the interview, where they can find you at.
Basically, everybody can find me on popanimecomics.com. So that's my website, and you can read about me writing about 300 plus articles about anime, comics, pop culture. So check that out. Also, for more of my recent stuff that I've done, obviously, Pop Anime Comics Lounge is my show where I've done a lot of interview work, and people like Paul Levitz and everybody in between in indie comics and professional comics, for lack of a better word, cosplayers, voice actors, professional wrestlers. And then if you're looking for stuff that I do on a weekly basis at this point, so I'm taking a break from Pop Anime Comics Lounge, you can check me out at Pop Anime Comics on Facebook, and that's the way you can catch me on Conversations in Pop Culture, which is on Facebook Live, sometimes on Twitch, and definitely on YouTube.
YouTube, yep, that's where I usually catch you at, man.
So Pop Anime Comics on YouTube, and I do 3 to 4 interviews a week, and that's what I do. Usually I'm at 7 and 9 p.m. Tuesdays, Wednesdays is when I go at, and check me out because I like doing that stuff, and I got sponsors, and you should support my sponsors, and even going beyond that, you should support Buy Me a Coffee. $5 goes a long way. You just say, hey, I'm a $35, Andrew, and I like what you do. And let's say you don't want to support that on that, but you want an actual physical. Well, this is my T-shirt. And this says Pop Anime Comics. It's my logo holding a steel chair. And you can buy this on Pro Wrestling Tees. You type on Pro Wrestling Tees, Pop Anime Comics. You can actually order a T-shirt of mine.
Get a Pop anime T-shirt, and you can be part of the Blue Shirt Guy Army, man.
And on Redbubble right now, I have another T-shirt that is making fun of Taco Bell, Gundam, and the most interesting man in the world. And
Cool.
so, if you type in Pop Anime Comics on Redbubble, there's a whole different T-shirt that you could actually order as well, where I make money on that too. And every 3 months, there's going to be a new T-shirt that comes out making fun of food, anime, comics, and you can order those T-shirts, and that's a way to support me as well. But more importantly than any of that, I just want you to watch my shit, guys.
Yeah, do that. Do it. Go look for Andy and all the good stuff he's got going on. But thanks, Andy, man. Thanks for coming on. I will hit you up like really soon, like probably within the next few days, and we'll discuss.
Yeah, we'll figure something out.
We'll figure out something, man.
You, man. Who I don't know your name, but you should hit me up too because
Warren
I don't know
Brown.
My
Lunchbox
name's
Comics, Warren Brown.
You might hear Lunchbox Warren sometime in the future.
So I forgive you up for an extra.
Like
half
no
hour.
worries. I got the more work done than I thought I was going to do. It was really nice meeting you, and once I get issue 1 done, I'll get a hold of you, and if you're on your break when you start up next year, we could hook up then. I mean, it's whatever you get going for an interview.
I have like legitimately 12 days of a break, and then I'm going to start again. So it's not much of a break.
Cool. Yeah, well, you mentioned before you might be going to February, so I wasn't quite sure.
I'm doing. I'm going to continue most likely, in which that's probably just going to be a 2.5 season, for lack of a better word. So I'm going to be doing work in January. It's not going to be officially season 3 till February.
I'll send you a copy of the first issue as soon as I get it.
Yeah. Hit me up whenever you want, and I'll fit you in because I'm not stopping anytime soon. Nobody's canceling me. So, if you watch Dig on America, the show that I was just on, and you want to cancel me afterwards, you can't because I ain't quitting anytime
But check
soon.
out his comic stuff because that's the good stuff right there. man.
That's the check out my Facebook page because I don't
Check
think you'll
out
be
your
disappointed.
Facebook,
Not-
If you hate me, that's cool too because I really don't care. 'Cause
Find him at Andrew Mecca Davis, man.
I'll find
But
new
all right.
customers and I'll make bank in February.
Okay.
All
Well,
right.
we'll catch up with you soon, Andy. We're gonna go ahead and let you go, and then me and him are gonna do our little ending wrap up, and we'll.
Well, I'm
catch
gonna
you all.
peace out, so I'll leave, and your ending will be fantastic, and it'll be phenomenal.
Pleasure to meet you, man. Pleasure. to meet you.
BSG
All right.
says so.
We'll catch you soon. BSG rocks, man.
Peace.
All right. Peace, brother.
Peace.
So yeah, we did a little bit of a longer than usual. It always happens though, doesn't it, Warren?
Yeah, I don't.
It
mind.
always
I get a lot
happens.
of work done, so
That's cool. Yeah, I try to, but then it's like, well, when we get more people on, it's easier if it's just me and you in here, but once we get a lot going on in the room, then it gets like, okay, I got to pull switches. I got to
that's why
keep
I
the
don't
conversation
invite anybody when I
flowing.
go
And
stream. That's why I don't invite too many people because I don't want to be spent all the time clicking windows and keeping track of everything. And
well, usually when it's just me and you, we're pretty good at being able to keep working in just little bits of
Yeah.
banter that seem to, we always do good like that, man. But once there's more than two of us in the room, then it's like, oh, okay, herd the feral cats, herd them around. Mind your P's and Q's. All right, Warren, get out the cattle prod. We got to get some things in line.
it's a good show tonight, though. Real good show.
Yeah, it was fun. Yeah, man. Had Max drop through for the beginning, man. Got to go through Human Hunters, man. And had a blue shirt guy Andy stop through for a minute, man. And but we'll get to blue shirt Andy guy outside of the holidays so we can get a little more out of him and
Lots
stuff,
of,
know.
well, check out his stuff. Pop Anime Comics.
Yeah.
Great interviews. Lots of interviews. Impressive interviews too. This is not just little guys. This is some big people in wrestling, in pop culture. He's got an impressive catalog.
Yeah, definitely. So everybody, like I said, I've set up links in the comments section so you guys can find any of the things we talked about tonight. We went through Human Hunters with Max, which he's on his 5 days left on his campaign.
I think so. 5 days left on his.
So check that out.
Exciting Comics.
Exciting Comics number 17.
Yeah.
December 8th for Niobe's premiere in Antarctic Press in Exciting Comics. So check that out. He has more coming there. We talked about White Devil, and we have 10 days left on that campaign, a double feature, White Devil and Twilight Grim. Make sure to check that out from Silverline Comics. Links are in the comments. And Warren, of course. Warren's working on Sig and Joe, and he's been working hard on that too, man. You've been a machine, dude. You've been a machine.
Yeah,
I'm glad to see you're getting to that light at the end of the tunnel, brother.
I can see the finish line. And
There you go.
exciting.
That's always a good thing, man. So definitely keep up with that. His link for the link tree that can take you to all things Warren and Lunchbox Comics within the link tree, which I still need to set one of those up, man. Bad Phil. Bad Phil.
It comes in so handy when you're trying to just do you have a link? Just throw out the one, and everything goes to it.
So
And
yeah,
it has some analytics for free too, which is nice.
so there's lots of good things coming up. Me and Warren are working on a little bit of something for into next year with Atrocity and Max. What we got going on? A little bit of fun stuff, man. Keep an eye out for that. I'm sure you'll learn more about it as times get closer to it. But know that there's already some stuff in the works. I believe Warren's been a busy little guy over there, man. So yeah, just keep track of everybody we're talking about. Our little crew of of comics creators. We're all doing kind of our own things, but we all kind of, work a little bit together from this to that to the other thing here and there, man.
A crew of indie comics misfits.
Hey, that's the best kind, man.
Yeah, that's right.
We have the fun stuff, man. We have the fun stuff. And we always like to keep it fun over here at the Zendan. So when you come on the Zendan, we're going to talk about comics. We're going to talk about art. We're maybe going to talk about technique when it comes to art and comics. And some fun stuff, whatever's in the pop culture spectrum at the time, usually, So we're going to be doing this more often. I know I took a little bit of a break from everything for a minute, man. But I'm changing that up, so there will definitely be more Zendens. I'm going to try to, and little Grogu, because got to keep him to work, man. Your little assistant inker over there and stuff, man.
I wish he could ink faster. Sorry.
I know. Grogu, get with it, bud. We got to speed up that production there, Grogu, man. Help Warren out, man. He's wearing his fingers to the bones, buddy. You need to.
All he does is eat cookies and look at me.
I know, man. And the blue cookies, right? Those little blue cookies, man. I want some of those blue cookies. I wonder if there's I'm sure there is. Do you know if there is a product of that blue cookie from The Mandalorian when he's in there munching along in the classroom? Going,
if there isn't, they're missing out.
They definitely are, man. I'm sure there's probably a double stuffed blue Oreo or something out there, or a Rice Krispie treat or something like that. There definitely needs to be. If not, I'm sure they do, man. You know how anything Star Wars and anything Disney is hard. They're pretty on it when it comes to marketing products, shall we say, man?
Yeah, at the if anything, they're going to be good at that.
So yeah, we'll wrap this one up. Warren, tell them where to find you and all that real quick, man.
Look at the chat for the link tree. If not, hashtag Lunchbox Warren on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, and one of those you'll find me. Adventures of Sig and Joe issue 1 will be coming out by the end of the year, and we got an anthology that's going to be coming out at the Kickstarter for at the end of the year for Cthulhu Invades Wonderland, which I'm a part of. Me and Phil are going to have a anthology here in the story here by the end of the year, next year hopefully, and then we're also in the midst of planning more, so there will be probably a couple anthologies in next year.
Hey, look, Zuck is happy about all that, man. Have you ever seen Zuck happier, man? The only thing I've seen him smile about,
him intimidating human emotion.
The only thing I've seen him smile about is the comic stuff we're talking about, bud.
That with his barbecue sauce on his bookshelf. Did you see that?
No.
He was doing one of his I'm trying to socialize with the people things, and he had like a bookshelf, and on the bookshelf was a bottle of barbecue sauce. And earlier, before COVID, he tried to do these videos where he was like trying to act like a normal guy, where he was drinking micro brews and trying to cook on a Traeger grill and barbecue and stuff, and it was just so awkward.
He's trying to poor little guy trying to be all cool and stuff.
Hanging out drinking these yeast made micro beverages and charring animal flesh.
You know what's scary?
Human things.
You know what's scary is I think you've seen it, but I started reworking a piece I did about 7 years ago, man. And I figured it out. It's Zucker turd without a skin, man. Here, look. Look, it's uncanny, man.
It is.
It's uncanny. But nonetheless. And of course, I am Phil Leon, your host here at the Zendan. We will be back soon. You will see me around other live streams as we are working on the White Devil Twilight Grim, the last leg of the campaign. I do color work. If you need color work done, I do covers. I do covers, sequentials, pinups, and one-offs. You can find me at Phil Leon on Facebook. You can find me at Phil Leon on most other social media, either Phil Leon or Philman X. If you go to a Google search and just put Phil Leon Comics or comic art, you will definitely be able to find me across the spectrum. But we want to thank you for showing up tonight. I hope you all have a good holiday. And like I said, it can be rough out there on everybody. And like I always say, just remember, make good books and be good to each other, people. All right. Peace out, man.
Peace.
As I'm trying to piece us out here. Bad Phil.
I'd hold it with a smile.
Hold it, here you go. All right. We're out of here, man. Peace.